Yeah. Better days, I pray for better days. Working hard cause I want extra pay. Talk to them seeds, but you must demonstrate. Cause it's your ways that they gon' imitate. Non-violent. Sometimes I wish I would've went to college. Frown proudly. Cause where I'm from, they hate you when you smiling. Your faith should be your gun. You can't leave home without it. The children being grown cause all the parents acting childish. You show them your reality, I bet they doubt it. You tell them all about your dreams, that's when they out it. Your own blood. Ain't no family no more. They do you badly for show. You try to patch up your soul, Lord knows you on a mission to show him you so submissive. The prayer said in silence, you know the devil can hear him, pay attention. Know the war's within, how much time do you spend? Try to balance your zen, then again, losses is lessons. You tell me you trying to win, we know about saving money. You tell me you trying to spend that blood on it. Sweat, tears, you put that love on it. Your best years was just a dumb moment. You tired of going hungry, can't deal with fake making your life lonely. Your lack of faith that left your soul boning. But you gon' work and you gon' strive, do what it takes to survive. What is truth, what is a lie? You know that war's inside. Some get draped into the fake, they don't know what to decide. Wrong choice, meet your demise, keep that between you and I. You realize, some people you gon' let go, you visualize. The things you need to feed your soul is on the rise. They not gon' wanna let you go, but it's alright. It's cool to bury what's gon' grow. Went from wrong to the right and to the dark to the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. Gotta hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside cause it might change your life. From wrong to the right and to the dark from the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. You just hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside cause it might change your life. I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me. Yeah, I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me.
Don't be stressing on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. Just keep going and keep your faith, so you can win this race. This race called life, yeah, yeah. This race called life. This race called life, yeah, yeah. Race called life. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm grinding cause I know that I'm gon' get it. I just gotta have vision, keep faith and be humble. And have some patience with it. I've been A1 since day one, and always on my job. I never been a fake, never had to steal and rob. Cause I do good business, I'm too good with it. And even though I'm on this road, I'm still daddy to my children. You know I do good with them, and don't like being missing. But I hate when my bills are thicker and my pockets get thinner. But I can't stress up on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. I keep going and keep my faith in my pace, so I can win this race. Win this race called life. This race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life. This race called life. This race called life, yeah. Race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life, yeah, yeah, yeah. I keep on running in this race called life, yeah, race called life. This race called life. Girl, I just gotta win this race called life. This race called life. Just gotta win this race called life.
Before they enter the Coliseum, they've got to survive Argument Alley. This is where the new voices step into the hot seat, and we find out real quick who's built for the spotlight and who folds under pressure. In Argument Alley, there's no easy questions. We pressure test their beliefs, we challenge their ideology, we push their faith, and we put their knowledge on the line. Can they think on their feet? Can they defend their stance when the heat gets turned all the way up? Because not everybody earns a place in Coliseum of Arguments. You don't just walk your way in. You've got to fight your way in, where contenders are tested and only the strong make it to the main stage. Presented by Coliseum of Arguments. Step up or step aside. This Saturday, the Coliseum opens. Two intellectual warriors, one explosive question, no place to hide. Honey Clark and Ben Eaton, they're stepping into the arena to battle over a question that hits the heart of America. Do government welfare programs help the black community long term? Is it a lifeline or a leash? Does it build generational wealth or breed generational dependence? Honey Clark is coming armed with data, history, and fire in her voice, ready to argue that these programs are essential tools for equity and survival. Ben Eaton steps in with statistics, economic theory, and a counterpunch philosophy, arguing that long-term empowering demands a different strategy. This isn't surface level politics. This is policy. This is history. This is legacy. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League.
Yes, yes, ladies and gentlemen, thinkers and skeptics, gladiators of the mind. Welcome back to the arena where logic is law and weak arguments don't survive the first round. This is Coliseum of Arguments. Tonight, the gates swing open for a man who doesn't just debate, he dissects. A scholar forged in philosophy, a tactician of syllogisms, a master of premise and conclusion. He's not new to this platform. He's not new to the smoke. He's not new to the verbal combat. He lives in it. Frequent warrior of this channel, seasoned in intellectual warfare, usually calm under pressure. I saw a different side of him this week. I was surprised, but still always precise under fire. Tonight, he steps into the arena with a presentation on deductive reason, not opinions, not vibes, not internet rhetoric, but structured, airtight reasoning, the kind that separates thinkers from talkers. He's here to teach the newbies the rules of engagement, to show the difference between a valid argument and verbal gymnastics. Tonight, he's here to remind the crowd that in this league, if your premises collapse, so does your whole empire. So tighten up your syllogisms. That was a good one. So, check your assumptions. Embrace yourselves because entering the arena once again, the philosopher, the strategist, the ever present contender in the Titans Debate League. Everybody, let's give a round of applause for Roychess and let's let the reasoning begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. How you feeling today?
I'm good. I'm good. Hopefully, there are no technical difficulties later on. But just let me know in case something does go wrong, and I'm
Yes.
talking and I'm muted or something. Uh,
Got you. Got you. You-
so I guess I'll start. Um, so actually, the slide says inductive reasoning here, but I'm not really going to touch inductive reasoning tonight.
Well,
Even though
before
the
we get
slide says.
into it, I know I gave you the grandiose introduction, but introduce yourself to the people. Let them know who you are and where you hail from, um, why you're into this type of stuff. Just a little background on you.
Yeah. So my name is Roy. Obviously, I do play chess. That's hence the name Roychess. Uh, I am from New York, uh, and I studied philosophy at a university. So certain things I'm not going to describe for certain reasons, but I do have credentials in this subject field, and I think that if you have an open mind, you will see that some of the stuff will actually check out. So some part of the reason why I'm doing this is because some people are not exposed to some of this information. So I'm almost positive that you're going to get something out of it, no matter what level you are at. So some of it, it's going to seem like you know it already or you've heard it already, but hopefully I will give it more details than you previously encountered. So I have plenty of slides for you tonight, or not tonight, but this afternoon. But I'm going to try to rush through them a little bit, but I'm not going to go too fast. But if time closes, I'm going to have to speed it up a little bit. But I got into this because I grew up in the hood kind of, and I think we all share some similar experiences because a lot of us come from similar backgrounds. It's just a different location. And I got into philosophy because I wanted to think better, and I wanted to be able to reason better and debate better and stuff like that. So I used to think that debate and argument were the same thing, and I realized it's not. So that's why I'm doing this, because a lot of people are familiar with the psychology of debate, right? You're not used to the structure of how a formal argument works. And I wanted to expose that. So that's why I want to do this, because I think that some of the debaters will use it. And I think you have to be creative to know what you're doing. So I can't govern how you use it, but I know there's going to be things that you're going to like, and you're going to say, I'm going to use that later. So just have an open mind. I can't force you to do this or not, but I will give you reasons why you should do it this way. And and you can mix it with what you already have. So without further ado, is that good enough? Or
That was more than amazing, Roychess. More than amazing. How are we doing? A panel or questions? You want to let people
yeah,
up
so
now at the end? You want to let people tag along but follow your lead?
um I guess I should go through the presentation before I take the questions, because that will take more time. And I don't have all night because I do have to do some things. So it's not going to take that much time. I'm not going to take much of your time, everyone. I expect this to go about an hour, maybe a little bit over an hour, but it's not going to be like 4 hours, 2 hours, or anything like that. At least that's not my expectation.
Let's get it. Let's get started.
Okay, so despite what the slide says here, I'm not going to really cover inductive because of time constraints. I have plenty of information. So I'm going to just get into it. This is an instance of a formal argument, which is, I want you to understand that there are specific rules to how to reason. It's not subjective. That if you follow the rules, you'll do better than not following the rules. And I will explain in the presentation why you should do it this way and not another way. You could do what you want, but if you do it the other way, you're going to run into issues, especially in a debate. And when the rebuttal round comes and the cross-examination round comes, some of these concepts and tactics and techniques I will demonstrate in the slides will be used against you. So keep that in mind. So if you're thinking, how do I use this it's not about how you use it. What happens when someone uses it against you, right? So let me go into some of this right now. The most common, so obviously there are different reasoning types. I can't cover all of them. So like I said, tonight I'm going to cover deductive reasoning for the most part. I'm going to shortly mention these right here. Deductive reasoning is what we will discuss more in depth in this presentation, so hold on. Inductive reasoning, in short, this reasoning is deriving conclusions that are probable or likely to happen. Just to be clear, I could have said less than 100%, right? So that's another way to say it. It will never be absolute. You've probably heard me say that on panels before. That is just the general understanding of the concept of inductive reasoning. Abductive reasoning. A lot of people have heard of this. Some of you have not. This is just, in short, this reasoning is a combination of techniques that lead to the best possible explanation. Now, you may think that science does this. Now, some of science does this, but it is not like a guarantee that every scientist is doing this. So science is going to be a combination of inductive and abductive uses. So it's not the case that they're always doing abductive or always doing inductive reasoning. They could switch it up, and you might not know the difference if to be honest with you. So for some reason I can't see my screen a little bit, so I'm having a little technical difficulty here. So I can't see the bottom of the screen where it says this presentation. A1, can you see the entire slide? A1?
Yes, this presentation will favor the deductive reasoning side because many people are not informed to this reasoning taught in the correct manner.
Okay, I'm trying to. I think I have fixed it, but okay, I'll see what I'm trying to make what I got here. If I have problem reading, I'll let you know. So I'm not gonna. I gotta read some of it. So deductive reasoning. So I'm describing deductive reasoning here. I'm not defining it like a dictionary. So I'm just gonna describe to you, and then I'll get to somewhat a definition later. Right? Deductive reasoning is an internal way to derive a conclusion using only available information along with inference rules. That's important. And you will be able to derive new information that you did not begin with. So the internal way obviously doesn't mean physical. It has to do with the mind only. And that means I have a way to derive knowledge without using my senses. Now, does it necessarily mean I don't use my senses? No. I have the ability to do it without using my senses. With senses, of course, it's going to be better, but this is what science does not allow. Science does not offer this, but it is a form of knowledge, and it is considered certain and absolute if done correctly. So I will go over the rules with you in this presentation, right? So human senses are not required. This can be done mentally alone. However, we will want to evaluate reasoning, and we will write things down to keep track of the ideas. So right there, I will show you formal proofs that phrase means something very specific, and it's not just proving something, right? When I say formal proof, I don't mean prove something. I mean the style the proof is written in. Okay, so we'll cover that. So there is no reading required necessary if you're reasoning deductively. Of course, you can do it, but it's not required because, as I said, it could be mental. No research is required to even form a deductive argument. None at all. You could do it, but it's not required. No experiments are required at all. We will monitor the inferences used, derivations made, and those mental acts if they were done correctly, right? So there are ways to go wrong with this. That's why there are rules. That's why it's not subjective, right? Deductive reasoning uses an argument format that guarantees the conclusion if the premises are true. I'll get back to that because some of you have probably would say you know that already, because some of you probably have looked up sources already, or you will, and you're going to see that kind of phrase there often. That is to say, there has to be a strong relationship between each of the premises themselves, and those premises have a relationship to the conclusion. So this is very important, what some sources leave out, because a lot of you may hear and be familiar with the if-then type of phrase, like if the Earth is a planet or something like that, then something else follows it, right? If water is H2O, then it boils at a certain degree, right? So you've heard of those things, but they don't tell you that those things have to have a relationship, right? They say if this is true, then that must be true, but they don't tell you the relationship. But we'll get into that. So that's very important in deductive reasoning, and a lot of sources don't give that information. They leave that out. I need to point out that if the premises have like I just said, if the premises have no relationship to each other, then there is no argument, right? It may look like an argument, may sound like an argument, but it's not. This is stated because many of you will see or hear this: if the premise is true, the conclusion must be true. Just reading alone by yourself will not give you enough information. Often, some crucial information is not found in the text, especially if you're just reading it by yourself with no guidance. For those who read on your own, does your source material mention the relationship between the premise and the conclusion in their definition or how they explain it? So there is a typo there. It's supposed to be a they. See, I'm not perfect after all. I'm not always right, but some things I am. Let's move on. So by reading information that is not literally there in your source material has a high possibility that you will not make the correct connection or conclusion or derivation, if you will. Some of you may have gone to source material about deductive reasoning before this presentation. Some of you will look for other sources for information about deductive reasoning after this presentation, but be very aware and be careful. Often, many sources outside of philosophy will different and watered down explanations about deductive reasoning. And some of that is because of time. They want to just get the information out. They're limited in time, et cetera, et cetera. It makes it easier for the speaker, right? So you will see or encounter many sources will state some things like deductive reasoning is reasoning that goes from the general case to specific cases. This may not always hold, right? But you get this. People, this is what it is. 2, deductive reasoning gets described as top-down reasoning. Sometimes. It's not always. So we'll go into that. Deductive reasoning uses broad terms to specific terms, and so on and so on. I'm not going to list everything because it's too much to list, right? But these are some of the general and common things that if you ask somebody what deductive reasoning is, this is what they will tell you. Now, without a guide, you will likely form all kinds of bad derivations or conclusions without you being aware of them. Your reasoning is the issue. And like I said, the rules are important. So there are many generic explanations found in countless public platforms and sources. Most of them have nothing to do with philosophy. And I mention that because sometimes the sources that you're using are not philosophers or anybody to do with philosophers. They're from other fields like psychology, law, rhetoric, and things like that. Going to a source outside of the field of the topic outside of the field the topic belongs to, can lead you to misinformation or getting information that is so generic it is not very useful. By misinformation, I mean some crucial steps or data is not literally there, but what is missing is relevant to the future thinking of the conclusion that you're trying to make. So you're going to make a mistake because you're reading something, but there's some missing steps in between your reading it and deriving a conclusion from it. And that's what I see when I see people just reading literally and reading from historical points of view, that there's a missing step and their conclusion cannot be guaranteed because they're missing a step and they don't even know it. So again, keep tuned for this because I'm going to go over some rules. It's a lot of information. I'm going to try to squeeze it in within an hour or so. So for one, deductive arguments do not have to go from general to specific. An argument can have all general propositions entirely. Here's a counterexample. All mammals are animals. All human beings are mammals. Thus, all human beings are animals. All of those are general propositions with no specific claims, right? Mammal is not a specific claim because they're dogs, cats. I could name many. Animals is clearly not a specific claim. I can name many. That if I named a dog, that would be a specific claim, right? If I said a cat, that would be a specific claim. But animals is a general claim. Human beings is a general claim. There's men, there's women, there's trans, if you want to count them. That's not a specific term. That's a general term. So therefore, it is not the case, right? So that little statement that going from general to is false, right? It's not true, but people say it. Furthermore, deductive arguments can contain all specific terms without any general terms. Counterexample, a philosopher is a person who thinks. John is a philosopher. John is a person who thinks. In this particular case, all specific issues were used with no general claims, right? So those sources are like missing information, but you will get it though. And also for deductive reason, it's not, you, like I said before, some people will say it's reasoning from the top down. It's not forced to be top down. A counterexample that I will show you towards the end, when we get to the mathematical logic, there are some deductive systems do reasons from the bottom up. Now, I mentioned the sequent calculus system here, that reasons from the bottom up. And I'm mentioning computer science here because that's the field where that's used, especially nowadays, AI and the things that they're doing with it. So they want to put this in the code where it's behind the scenes where you probably can't see it unless you have an open source program so that you don't have to do it. But they are doing that. They're putting logical rules in the computer so you don't have to do it, and it would spit out certain answers and things like that. So it is being used. Right? I just want to make that clear. So those myths about some of the things that you read about deductive reasoning have missing information, right? None of those stereotypes are literally true, but many people will recite those ideas because they read. All right. Again, just reading alone will have you think some propositions are sentences. We're going to get into this. I'm going to, in a few slides, right? I'm just mentioning it here. And there is a relationship between the premises because it's not literally stated in your source material. All right. I want to also note that there are different contexts of what a deductive argument is, and I'm going to get to somewhat of a definition in the next few slides, but I want to make you aware of a particular context here written in the blue, that sometimes deductive reasoning can be defined by the attributes of the conclusion is said to be derived from the premises. That is if there are premises to begin with. Now, some of you may think that all arguments have premises, but that is literally not true. What if there are no premises? Yes, it is possible. We will cover that also in this presentation. I'll show you an argument because it's kind of crazy thinking about it because it's not intuitive, right? So that's why I'm doing this. Some things are not intuitive, but they actually make sense. Arguments can actually have no premises in the mathematical sense. These will be called theorems, which we will cover later. And remember, this is about formal or structured arguments, right? So there is going to be a shorthand that I'm going to introduce that you can, I think that will be useful for the debaters, that you can symbolize the arguments in a faster way than having to write paragraphs, right? So that's going to be some of the usefulness of it. So just hold on, right? The format in a deductive argument is not based on the content of the subject, right? So I want to make that clear. So if we were observing a argument of God or an abortion argument or capital punishment argument or reparations argument, it's not based on the history of those things or who started it or anything like that. I will definitely show you that it is a structure and there's a pattern that you're supposed to follow, and I will give you reasons why you should follow it, but I can't force you to do it, right? I could show you the consequences if you don't, right? So that's why I'm going to tell you that you don't read sentences literally. You don't read sentences at all, as a matter of fact. When we get into the symbolic logic or the mathematical logic, there are no sentences. You can translate those sentences to sentences, but it's not necessary, right? So again, I want to talk about propositions here. We grasp propositions and we evaluate propositions, right? I'll get into propositions in a few minutes, I promise. All we need is the form of the structure. We do not evaluate arguments good or bad based on the topic. So you're not supposed to say that is a bad argument because a premise is false. That is a misnomer. You hear people say that in debate leagues, but it's not true, right? I will demonstrate that, hopefully, and you'll see that in the presentation, and hopefully you won't miss it, because I'm tired of people saying that I throw away the argument you have a faulty premise. That's nonsense, right? That is, the format of the argument is not based on the content of what you call sentences. So you don't need to look up words. There's no definitions needed. You can even evaluate deductive arguments in a language you do not understand because it's formal, right? I'm going to explain what formal is. I'm getting there. I have to cover some stuff that may be boring to you, but I have to lay the foundation down before we get to the good stuff, and I can speed things up. So format is a repeating pattern that is not based on the definitions of the words or the meaning of the words. It is not about the history of words, the original language of the words, the etymology, etc. The rules of reasoning, which there are rules, and it's not subjective, have to be consistent and applicable to just the form. We will get to content as well in this, but I'm going to focus on the form because debaters should have a structured argument, and this is an option for you. You can take it or leave it, but I'm going to expose you to it because I think you will take some things from it. There is no case by case scenario going on here where what works over here, what works over there. But that slogan, none of that is being performed here. Format is not based on the topic you are discussing or the context you are using. I.e., when discussing a subject X, where X can be any topic such as abortion, death penalty, whatever, and claiming reasoning works over here because of this context, and then in some other location, this same exact reasoning pattern does not work. That's a no-no. So this is supposed to be, you've heard me say universal and constant before. If you've heard me speak on panels here, that applies here, right? It should be universal or constant. That's why it works. That's why it's certain, whereas science does not do that. All right. So saying that what works over here and what it doesn't work over there is a no-no here, at least if you're reasoning deductively. All right. Once the argument format is invalid, the subject you are discussing does not matter at all because it's formal. It's about structure, not the content. The argument format is inconsistent if it is invalid. So that means the conclusion is probably false. It's not guaranteed. And we might as well kind of roll dice, right? If it's invalid. But we're going to get into that, I promise. The reasoning itself will be unreliable. You may be correct some of the time, but a broken watch can be correct. I.e., you're correct accidentally, or you got lucky, basically. We will use a shorthand system that I will abbreviate all sentences to something the average person will not understand off first sight, such as the P. There's a capital P, there's a little e, and there's an M there. But notice the spacing. It's not just one word. The P obviously means something. The E is going to mean something. The M is going to mean something. And I'm just showing you the shorthand previous, a preview of it before I explain it. So we're going to come back to that, I promise you. And after all that, we will use a symbolic language, which is the mathematical logic, where there are no words. Of course, you could translate the symbols into words, but again, the shorthand is quicker than writing out a 4-paragraph thing, writing on the front of the page and then the back of the page and then writing on that takes time. It's going to, people have writer's block, right? So writing the shorthand notation is, if you're going to ask what's the purpose of all this, the shorthand notation is going to save you time alone. So you can brainstorm. You could be doing something else and brainstorm and use this shorthand notation about the argument you have coming up. So that should be the price of admission here, just that part alone. But I'm going to offer a lot of concepts that you may take or leave it. But let's move on. So what does format refer to? Format refers to the placement of terms. Of course, I'm going to explain what terms are later. I'm just explaining things a little bit, and then I'll get into some details. The terms are the components of a sentence, similar to a grammar, what you learn in grammar school, basically. The subject, the predicate, the verb. We will cover that in categorical syllogisms because it is important. And there's a specific way to form sentences here in categorical syllogisms. You're not allowed to do what you want. There's a specific format, and I'll go into that. You can't just write sentences any kind of way, all right? And people do that. And if you look on the internet and stuff like that, they'll call something a categorical syllogism, and they don't understand the rules that I'm about to show you. You can't just do whatever you want, any kind of sentence, and call it a categorical syllogism. I'm losing my articulation here. You can't just write any sentence any kind of way you want and call it a categorical syllogism because it looks like one. It doesn't make it one, right? This form will turn out to be, and this is the unintuitive part, what words go on the left-hand side of the verb and what words go on the right-hand side of the verb. The term placement matters. Like if you have no study experience, you've never experienced deductive logic, that should make no sense to you. Like what difference does it make? I'm going to show you it makes a difference. When we get to using symbols later on, the same routine of what is on the left-hand side and what is on the right-hand side will matter. But the difference there is there will be a logical connective. And here is an example of what logical connectives look like way before the mathematical logic, but we will get there. This is where mathematical logic will take over in the presentation when I start doing that, when I start using those symbols and I start talking about those symbols. But first, we're going to talk about another logical system, which I'm going to expose in a second. So I just want to address this because you will find this next sentence here that most people will say logic is math. You get a lot of people saying that. And that is because it's a common term now, but it's not true, literally. I'm going to show you, the first thing I'm going to show you is a system that's not math. And then the mathematical logic will take the later part of the presentation. I'm going to close with that, right? But I'm going to show you something else first, just so you are aware of it, that all logic is not math, right? And I just want to say, logic, when you use the word logic, a lot of people use it differently from philosophers, and it's confusing because what you call logic is not what they call logic. And in case you didn't know, that's a nickname or a slang for mathematical logic, right? That's because the field is literally called mathematical logic. Instead of, I guess, saying that whole phrase, they just shorten it to logic. But like I said, that's a misnomer that all logic is math. Aristotle did not use logical connectives, but used communication that is closer to how humans spoke, at least at that time. And he used it. He used deductive reasoning to counteract some trickery, right? If you go back into history, you will find that there was a group of people that opposed philosophers called the Sophists. And now the Sophists were people who used rhetoric, right? So this deductive logic kind of a challenge to that, right? So when I go over the rules, I want you to keep that in mind. That, because you're like, what is all this? What is this for? So I'm going to show you this in a few slides. Hopefully I have it in here. Let me get back to the presentation. That was a sidebar, right? Why is format important? We evaluate propositions in relation to the other propositions in the argument. This is the boring stuff. I'm sorry, y'all. I just have to cover the basics so that I can speed up and get to the better stuff. There are some relevant terms needed to describe the relationships that propositions hold. This information gives us a better idea about the conclusion. This format usually requires one to be significantly more detailed than we are in relaying information. Okay? So that means when someone asks you to be more specific, you should comply. Be more detailed, you should comply. Because obviously there's a reason for that. And hopefully it's in the slides without me giving it away right now. So the format is not how we actually speak. Notice that it's not how we actually speak. It's not going to be how we actually write, like today, because there's a purpose of why deductive. I kind of gave it away when I said Aristotle used it as a counter for the sophist, right? So like there's a reason why we're doing it this way, why you can't just write any kind of sentence, right? If you could do it, I'm not going to kill you if you did it. Nobody's going to kill you if you did it, but there's consequences, right? So the format is needed to reduce or eliminate emotions or feelings. There's another typo. Oh my God. Believed being involved in the derivation process. So you want to take one idea and go to the next idea, but there's going to be a mistake there, right? And you're not going to be able to trace why it's wrong when somebody tells you it's wrong. So that's where the formal proofs are going to come in. So I want you to keep that in mind, because there are strict rules. Believe me, there are strict rules, and they're not to be broken, right? So the format is not about persuasion either. If the argument is deductive, there's another typo, sorry, folks. Deductively sound, that's what it should read. Then the conclusion is absolute. No persuasion is needed. I will explain some basic ideas first before we evaluate anything. First, I have to tell you what a proposition is, because there may be some misunderstanding here, right? So a proposition is simply an idea. It exists only in the mind. It's not a physical thing, right? Just so that keep that in mind. That can be expressed in a language. It doesn't have to be English. It could be French, Spanish, whatever. It doesn't have to be. So we use propositions because, you can have the same sentence in different languages, but you would have, let's say, 5 different languages with the same sentence. It could still be one proposition. So that's part of the reason why. I think I'm spoiling it without reading the slide, but I'm spoiling it a little bit, just so why does this word even exist instead of the word sentence and statement? Like that's the normal stuff that people, why do I need this, right? Because you can have multiple statements that express one proposition. You can have multiple sentences that express one proposition. So we need a special word for that. And that word is proposition. All right. The idea itself needs to have an exclusive truth value of either being true or false assigned to it. Right. So it can't be just any kind of sentence. It's going to be a specific type of sentence. We'll get into that. That is, a proposition can't be true and false simultaneously, right? It can't be both. For example, Rex is a dog. That proposition has proposition has to have only one truth value, true or false. Proposition is the choice word in philosophy because the same idea can be expressed in multiple languages and represent the same contextual meaning, while this is literally words or the statement may be different words. Proposition is used for the universal equivalent context, right? Because the same topic can be spoken about in Spanish as in English, but the words are different. So the context is equivalent. They mean they are expressing the same thing, but the words are different literally, because that's how the language works. Without being tied down to a language specifically. Same idea equals same proposition no matter what. So regardless of what language. So there's a universal concept there, right? Universal, constant. So let's move on. Propositions are not literal objects. Like I said before, they are abstract. Propositions could be unexpressed, such as mathematical statements we know to be true prior to any human being existing. So that brings up a topic. This is a sidebar. When we talk about objectivity, an objective statement, that seems to be the same thing that people believe about objectivity, right? Statements being true prior to any human beings existing. However, the thing that they're leaving out is that it has to be constant. So you can't have it true in 1 year and then 10 years to 100 years later, it's false. And science does that, right? This is why it's not objective as you think. So the word objective, and this is a sidebar, like I said, is not used in the same context. So that should be confusing to you a little bit because it's the same word, same spelling, same pronunciation. But in philosophy, at least, when you say something is objective, it should hold a constant truth value forever. So there's no such thing as going from true to false and false to true. It should be forever true, forever false. Then it's objective. Okay, so just the sidebar. Propositions need a form of communication to relay to other human beings. Well, unless you can read minds, obviously. Do I need to have separate slides for joke and humor? Because I know this is dry, right? Yeah. I mean, I'm trying, folks. I'm trying because this is the dry part. All right. I'm trying. So propositions are distinct from sentences. Propositions are distinct from statements. This is important to know because ideas can be expressed by distinct sentences. That is, two different sentences can express the same idea. I kind of covered that already. Two different sentences can use completely different words to express the same idea. There will be two sentences written down, but only one proposition expressed. Here are some examples of different sentences expressing the same proposition. So I'm not going to read all that because I'm not going to waste my time trying to mispronounce those words, but I can say this one, snow is white. The other ones mean the same thing. You can use Google Translate, but it is one proposition, right? Not five propositions. All of the examples are distinct sentences. None are identical literally because the word order is different. The letters are different, right? This letter and this letter are the same, but the second letter is not. The third letter is not, right? So they're not identical, right? You get it? They're not identical, but they mean the same thing. The same context is one proposition, right? That's why we need a different word from sentence and statement. Okay. There is only one proposition, but we see several sentences. If you believe declarative sentences are statements, then you have examples of different statements that can be, but they all express the same exact idea. The same statement can be used by two different people, and that same statement would change the truth value. Well, it would change in truth value from person to person, right? So I could say I have a headache, and you could say you have a headache, but perhaps mine is more intense than yours, or yours is more intense than mine. So us having a headache at the same time doesn't mean we experience the same intensity of pain or other sensory inputs, right? But the statement would be the same, but the truth value would be different, right? Do you get that distinction? Right? The same utterance, different value. It's supposed to be constant value, right? So that's where it goes wrong. Why propositions not statements. But more than that, one person can utter "my stomach hurts." It's the same statement for anyone who utters it, but the proposition is different. For what one feels is not equally shared the same way. For some people, the proposition is true. For others, the proposition is false. The same statement holds, but the truth values do not hold. Thus, there is a distinction there. If two of the people say the proposition is true, they still have different stomachs, so they feel differently. The consequences are different. That statement may not be equivalent for them, although the words are the same, right? One statement is expressed while the number of propositions expressed is more than one. So because we feel different things, my proposition is different from yours, but the utterance is the same. So there is no one-to-one correspondence guaranteed to occur between sentences and propositions and statements and propositions. They may overlap sometimes. Hold on, technical difficulty here. Could you take down the comment? It's blocking my screen for some reason. Okay, cool. They may overlap sometimes, but that is coincidence and not a necessity. The reasoning we want here deals with necessity. Man, that's a run-on sentence. Forgive me, okay? We do not want maybes or probabilities. So there are different types of propositions. I'm not going to get into everything, but I want to expose you to some of the vocabulary at least, all right? So that you've heard it before and you can reflect on it if somebody else uses it. So the different types of propositions, analytical and synthetic. Analytical propositions are true or false based on the rules of the language alone, right? They are not concerned with the physical world. The context of the word usage matters, not the senses. They do not necessarily have to refer to the real world, but it could. It doesn't have to, but it could. But that's not what the truth value lies, right? Because it exists in reality doesn't mean it's true by science, right? So in the case it doesn't exist, like unicorns, we can define a unicorn without them existing, and we can reason about propositions and from propositions to conclusions about unicorns, even though they don't exist. All right, let me move on. There are subsets of analytical propositions. There are two main ones, basically, that I'm going to cover. Logically necessary and self-contradictory. Logically necessary means that the proposition must be true by meaning alone. It is impossible to be false semantically. So again, we're going by language only, not senses, not science, not the science method. It's just the way the language works. This is just what it is. I mean, what are you going to do, right? All geometric triangles have exactly three sides. I mean, what am I supposed to do? That's the way it is. That's the way the world was when I was born. I can't change that. All bachelors are married. All bachelors are unmarried men. That's the language, folks. It's nothing to do with me. It's not true or false because I say so. That's the language. These are true because that's how the language works. No scientific method needed. Self-contradictory propositions means the proposition must be false by meaning alone. It is impossible to be true semantically, i.e., all circles have four corners. As you know, circles don't have corners. Some bachelors are married persons, right? I thought that they weren't. I thought the definition of bachelor was to be single, right? So some bachelors are married makes no sense, so it can't be true, right? Some dogs are not animals. What are you talking about? What do you mean? Of course, if it's a dog, it's an animal. That's just how the language works. It has nothing to do with me experimenting. Synthetic propositions are about the physical world. This is where science enters the discussion. But again, I'm going to postpone the science talk for now to deductive reasoning. We'll get back to that. Sorry about the boring part, the stuff like you might know already. Just bear with me because this is the foundation and it is important. You're probably not going to be able to keep up with everything, but at least you'll have some reference, and somebody else you can talk amongst yourselves and share the knowledge. But let me get through some of this dreadful stuff so that I can move to the better stuff. So a sentence here is a word or a group of words that express, number one, a complete thought, two, has a grammatical structure, and three, conforms to a rule of syntax. In this context, the context here that I'm using is American English, but other existing languages might accidentally share some of these same components as well. A thought is expressed in a sentence where one can place ending punctuation marks. So if you can put ending punctuation marks at the end of it, it would be deemed a sentence. However, there are, like I said, grammatical rules and a grammatical structure and rules of syntax. I'll get to that in a second. Here I will only use the domain of English, specifically American English, because UK English is a little bit different. And although things can, the other languages have that property as well, similar properties that we're talking about here. A sentence can have just one word, believe it or not, because some people are told that a sentence cannot be one word. But it, expresses a complete thought and it has ending punctuation marks. Therefore, it's a sentence, right? But most sentences that we use include more than one word. What is grammatical structure? Let's get to that. A grammatical structure refers to the syntax. Now, this overlaps grammar mechanics and word order, right? The grammar mechanics indicate where the punctuations go in the sentence. And again, the context is English, American English, right? Other languages will have different word order sometimes, and it's going to change things. That is, grammar mechanics state where to place punctuation, such as commas, periods, question marks, etc. For instance, the sentence in blue, what question mark is your name? That's not a sentence. Why is it not a sentence? Because it breaks the grammatical structure. The question mark is in the wrong place. You can't just do what you want, right? So if I put it in the right place, it would become a sentence, right? That's the only thing wrong with it. The way it's written now, there's no ending punctuation mark. So it's like an incomplete idea or a nonsensical idea because the punctuation mark doesn't make sense. All right, so let me move on. Grammatical mechanics continued. Writers cannot just place punctuation wherever they desire. These examples are all incorrect. Notice the comma. There's not supposed to be a comma there. Is, and then the exclamation point. That's not supposed to be there. So this is not a sentence, right? It makes no sense. However, if I take the comma out, the exclamation part, the exclamation point out, and the colon, the double colon, it would be a sentence, right? Just remove those, it would read the cat is on the mat. That would be a sentence. The period, notice the period, it's in the wrong place. Ball is red. That does, literally that's not a sentence, obviously. Right? Do not touch the hot stove. What's wrong with that? Well, a comma is not ending punctuation marks. Like you expect something to be on the right-hand side of the comma. You don't expect the idea to end right there. If I put the proper punctuation, problem solved. Click, notice the punctuation. It's not supposed to be there. Click the like button. This is fine. No, actually, no. No, it's not. This is wrong also. Click the like button and subscribe. Right? This is proper. I mean, you could take out these two things and it would be a sentence. Why sentence punctuation is needed? Correct punctuation helps readers understand what the writer is communicating and the manner of how the writer is doing so. Correct punctuation tells the reader what kind of sentence is being used and exactly when the sentence ends, as we discussed, why the punctuation matters. For instance, a run-on sentence never ends. How would we know when a sentence ends without a method to indicate that? Without punctuation, the reader would likely have some confusion about the meaning of the author, the tone of the author, how some ideas are separated from other ideas, and so on. We just discussed the order of punctuation in the prior slides. Now we get to the rule of syntax. A rule of syntax also indicates the chronological order of the words in the language. That is, the word order is required for sentences to express the ideas of the writer. For instance, I even messed it up. Read the is ball, because it's not English, right? That's not a sentence in English. The word order is wrong. All right, so the example as it is written is not clear or easy to understand. Once we get the word order correct, the result is different. The ball is red. We can understand that. So this is just how American English works. Proper English requires the correct use of punctuation rules and the order we place the words in the sentence, the syntax. We can't place words any way we desire. We also can't place punctuation anywhere we desire. There is a set of rules that govern those things. Sentences are usually sense verifiable. They don't have to be. Of course, they could be verbal. They frequently refer to the sense of sight, even if the object is not literally visible. Like we can talk about atoms and microscopic things that we can't see with the naked eye. For example, I just said that. Okay. This becomes important as how people formulate sentences, questions, and so on can have an agenda. That agenda can be used in the form of an argument. Semantics and other parts of linguistics may be part in some arguments. So I'm going to finish up with the sentences, and then we'll get into the arguments. There are many kinds of sentences. The most frequently referred kinds of sentences are these: declarative, interrogative, exclamatory, imperative, etc. I'm not going to cover all of them, but I'll give you the basics of, a quick comment on them. Interrogative sentences ask a question and ends with a question mark. These do not express anything true or false. Remember, the context here is we're going to use some sentences for premises in our argument. All right, and for an argument in this context, we're talking about something that's true or false. So interrogative sentences cannot be used for that reason. Exclamatory sentences express an emotion, feelings, and usually expresses a certain tone, which is excited, etc. Right? These are different from the normal conversational tone, right? Such as ouch, hooray, something like that. These sentences do not express anything true or false, so we won't be using those. Imperative sentences expresses requests, commands, or instructions. These sentences do not express anything true or false. We don't be using those either. Declarative sentences describe things that have truth value, either true or false, but not both. That is, declarative sentences are similar to what a proposition is, but they are not identical to a proposition. Declarative sentences are what we will focus on here in the presentation, because these sentences deal with truth value, either true or false. The other kinds do not. A general statement. Now, this is controversial, all right? A general statement. Now, I'll read it again. I'll save the sidebar. I'm trying to get through this. A form of communication that expresses an idea, whether literally meaningful or not. That's a word. That's a wordful. What does that even mean, right? That is, some ideas are not literal, and some ideas are literal. Like unicorns are not literal, but we understand what they mean, right? So we can make a statement about a unicorn being white, for example. Yes, so we can apply specific context to statements, but this is what they have in common, right? It's a form of communication, and any form of communication. It doesn't have to be literally meaningful. All right. Statements do not have to be written sentences. Statements can be spoken or demonstrated by a performed action, right? Me hitting you is a statement, right? So statements do not need to be literally meaningful. Discussing unicorns or Superman, imaginary figures, etc. I think that I'm not going to read all of this. I think that the context is very clear, so I'm trying to brush through this here. Statements are not abstract things themselves. Statements can express or carry out the meaning of something abstract. In certain contexts, the word statement will refer to an assertion of declarative sentences. Declarative sentences have the ability to be either true or false. Statements can be signs, symbols, signals, images, or sentences. For instance, a whistle blown can express a meaning to those who hear it, right? Specific meaning. Like when school kids line up, a teacher might blow the whistle to tell them to line up. Right? A traffic sign expresses a meaning to licensed drivers. Statements in general are not required to be true or false because they could be meaningless, as I said. Usually in the context of math or some philosophy circles, the context does revolve around a truth value being present. Statements can be meaningless. That is, they have an attribute or a quality to that something that you're describing that it cannot possibly hold. So usually statements are sensifiable. One of your human senses will detect them. Propositions, by definition, are abstract and only in the mind. Just to be clear, propositions are not sentences. Sentences are not propositions. Sentences may express a proposition, or I should say some sentences may express a proposition or not. Propositions are not statements either. Statements are not propositions. Statements may also express a proposition or not. All statements are not sentences. Some statements are expressed by sentences. So I'm going through this because people conflate them, right? And I'm trying to show you that there's more details than what is normally conversed when you're talking about them. Statements can convey meaning without a sentence. Holding a gun to the temple of a person's head expresses something directly, right? So one is not likely going to ask, is this true or false when somebody puts a gun to your head, right? You're not going to ask that. You're going to be thinking something totally different. Something is being communicated, so it is a statement. The physical act is not a sentence, and that is not a proposition either. Many of you will likely find some source that will claim the terms are used interchangeably, like such as statements of propositions, sentences of propositions and stuff. This is mostly because that benefits the instructor, making his job easier and saving some time for him instead of going over these technical, dreary explanations, right? So he's literally, the instructor he could distinguish the terms if he had the time or if he wanted to be bothered, but at the moment he chooses not to, right? So at best, for all of those, want to debate that, at best, all you can do is conclude some of the time the terms are used interchangeably, right? Doesn't mean all. You cannot conclude all the time, right? We're going to get into the rules. We're going to get into the better stuff, I promise. Propositions are distinct. If you conflate propositions with statements, propositions with sentences, or statement with sentences, you will likely derive a false conclusion. You may reason incorrectly, such as the following. And here is an example of a syllogism, right? We'll get into that. I haven't even covered that yet. All propositions are statements. All statements are sentences. Therefore, all propositions are sentences, right? This deduction turns out to be valid specific context. But the conclusion can be false. The premises are true on the format, right? So the way it's written, there's a problem with it, and we'll get into that, why it's wrong. Outside of the one specific context, the reasoning is invalid. In fact, a fallacy is committed. Right. So here is a correct syllogism to demonstrate why propositions are not statements. All abstract things are non-physical objects. All propositions are abstract things. Therefore, all propositions are non-physical objects. This reasoning is not like the prior example. This reasoning is valid. The conclusion has no possibility of being false while the premises are true. So we're going to get to the better stuff. All that dreary stuff is it's terrible. All right. So here I'm going to describe some things about deductive arguments. It is not a formal definition. I'll give you something close to a formal definition in a few slides. So here I'm just going to describe some things that the attributes it has. All right. General, an argument is many contexts, especially in the slang usage. It may equate to a dispute, a disagreement between two people, but that's not literally true what we're doing here, right? It could, of course, it has some crossover, but that's not why we're doing this here. We will focus on deductive arguments. A deductive argument has more criteria than the slang usage. A deductive argument is the most reliable kind of argument because conclusions derived will lead to certainty if all of the premises are true. Other kinds of arguments cannot lead to certainty or absolutes. Deductive arguments are not about the content of the sentences you read. The form or the format matters in evaluating deductive arguments. So we start with propositions. What we already went through that. Dreadful stuff. Ideas that are abstract. Premises are going to be the physical manifestation of the ideas in the mind. So we're going to turn those propositions and we're going to use premises. They're going to turn into premises, right? So premises will represent the propositions that offer support for the conclusion. Premises also offer justification of the truth value, whether it's true or false, for the conclusion. Accepting the premises as true requires one to also accept the conclusion as well. You cannot rationally accept true premises and then deny the conclusion. You can do so, but you're not going to be rational doing so, right? You're not going to go to jail for it, but there's a consequence. You're being irrational. Many people think of a conclusion another way. They may use the idea of a goal or something to be accomplished. What is the goal to be accomplished in an argument? You may see that context. You can do it, but that's just, a sidebar kind of. You can also say, what's the point, being relayed to the audience. Again, people probably already do this, right? This is not something new. So here is something close to a formal definition, but it's not a formal definition because I'm not quoting anything, but I'm telling you the components it has. And a deductive argument is a form of reasoning in which propositions are expressed with these components. Number one, it has a conclusion. Number two, a set of premises. And three, the conclusion is said to follow from the premises. Now, I have to note that in another context, we can also say number four, that when the conclusion can be derived in a formal proof, again, that phrase means something specific, right? Using inference rules, we have a deductive argument. Number four is used often in mathematics, but not in philosophy. There will be differences between philosophy, math, computer science, psychology, rhetoric, and law. All of those subjects touch on reasoning. All of those subjects above may overlap with what you call logic. Philosophy was the first subject to lay out deductive reasoning principles, right? So this is why we're doing this, right? And I want to make some distinctions between what philosophy can do other than just give opinions. This is not opinionated. All right, so we'll move on. Other subject areas borrowed many ideas and terminology and then modified the terminology with their own context and agendas. I can't see the bottom for some reason. I can't see the bottom. I can't read the last sentence, A1. This results in the same word or words being used differently between the subject areas, right? So when we say logic, we might mean something different. When we say premises, we might mean something different, and so on. So some of them, but that leads to confusion because it's the same word, same spelling, but the context is different. I want to bring up an issue with what I just stated. In mathematics, there's such a thing as an argument, a formal argument, that does not have any premises. This is where 4 comes in. There is a formal proof of arguments with 0 premises that can formally be derived. Inference rules are required to prove something logically. This is a step-by-step justification process of each line of the proof. There should be no hand-waving magic. Now, I want to make a sidebar here because it's important that when I get to show you the proofs of what it looks like, that things should be properly labeled. You're not supposed to just write stuff down and have the audience figure out where the premises are, where the assumptions are, where's everything at. So it should be labeled. So premises should be labeled, axioms should be labeled, axioms, assumptions should be labeled, assumptions, so that there's no confusion, right? So that's what I mean by hand waving, that some people will throw an argument together and they're not telling you what the premises are, what the assumptions are, what the axioms are. They're just throwing it out there and tell you to figure it out. It's like throwing your mail at the corner and say, figure it out. So there's rules for this. So the context here in an argument can be formally derived, and that argument had no premises from the start. I'll show you some of that. In mathematical logic, one will highly depend on assumptions, axioms, and inference rules combined together to formally prove something. Math gets away with this with having no premises by using axioms and assumptions. Now, I want to take a note here again. Science does not do this. So again, this is why math is not a science, right? Because if we started with axioms and assumptions, we can already do proofs about God in science by just making it an axiom, right? So that's a sidebar. Let's continue. So also, again, math gets away with this because they can use assumptions and axioms and assumptions that might not be shown at first sight of the argument itself. You might actually see axioms and assumptions used after you see the argument. Symbolically, here's the good part. You see this little blue thing? That represents something. It's not just there by accident. That's an argument, right? It's not intuitive, but that's an argument, right? Like, what? That sounds crazy, right? I'll go into that, right? I just wanted so you can see what it looks like. An argument with no premises, right? We'll cover that when we get to the mathematical logic, right? So the point here is that sometimes, again, people will try to be slick, and they'll give you the argument, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, where'd you get this? Where'd you get that? Where's this assumption coming from? Where's this axiom coming from? They're not upfront with it. And here, there's a structure here. So I said earlier that things should be labeled. You should present it up front, not 15 minutes into the conversation. Oh, by the way, here's an axiom, right? If you can, list all your axioms first, then your premises, and then we go from there. But, people don't want to do that. It would be fair if they did, right? I mean, that's a sign of like somebody being shady, right? Somebody trying to get over. So this is why deductive reasoning is important. So logic is not a monolith. There is no one logic. There are many logical systems. Most logical systems have their own rules. Rules can exist in one system, but not the other system. Many people think logic is math because many people have heard or read the term logic, and math were interchangeable. Yes, because the context was specific and not general to all of logic. Side note, logic is a slang term. I think I covered this earlier, so I'm not going to read it again. It's a short way of saying mathematical logic. What you probably don't know that there was such a thing called mathematical logic that was invented. It wasn't discovered, right? That's an important distinction between an invention and discovery, right? To do certain things, mathematicians desired and they wanted to express things that cannot be done in the Aristotelian system, which I'm going to cover shortly. We'll get there. Introduce certain vocabulary used worldwide, so it's a universal thing, so that everywhere they do math, they all come to the same understanding, right? So again, constant and universal is very important here. That those terms you're gonna hear me use that often, right? So standardized symbols and logical connectives and so on, right? So it's not like we use these mathematical symbols over here and then in Australia they use different ones, all right? Just to be clear, that everywhere math is done, they have the same symbols and they all agree using those symbols and what they mean. That this changed the purpose of what you now call logic. This is not about how to counter deception. Now, I want you to notice that it's not about to counter deception, but the Aristotelian logic is. I kind of spoiled it, but we'll get there. This is about how to communicate certain ideas and how to discuss them. So this is just like a normal language that you speak of, like what you did on vacation, and then you can symbolize it, right? That's the difference between the mathematical logic and the Aristotelian logic. So the mathematical logic is more of a communicated language. So when you say math is a language, that's what they mean. It's not about a specific purpose, although you can put purpose to it. So let's continue. Let me push through. Many people think the Aristotelian logic system is outdated or limited. This is distinct from mathematics. Aristotle did not use symbols or logical connectives. This is about how to counter deception. This is why one will be asked to be more detailed and more specific often. Many people use a slang of logic, of the word logic, as being common or being practical in life. This is not what we're talking about here, right? When people say my logic is this and this is logical, that's logical, sometimes they mean it's just practical. That's not what we're doing here, right? So we need premises. The premises justify the conclusion. I'm trying to skip through some stuff here to speed this up. The premises will be composed of declarative sentences, which also express meaningful statements. That's important because they can't be meaningless. Many people, I think I did this already, so I can kind of skip. I think I'll skip this one because I'm trying to get to the better parts. So there are two main logical systems today. Aristotelian logic, founded by the philosopher Aristotle. This was the only so-called logic system available until around 1845, right? So this is over 2,000 years old, okay? If you were to do the math about Aristotle's lifestyle, when he was born and stuff, it's over 2,000 years old. So it has a history, right? So what makes it valuable? Because it's around that long and it still works, right? Experience counts, right? If you want to do that, if you want to do the science thing, it hasn't been proven false or wrong in any of the inference rules that we're gonna go over. So let's get into it. I'm gonna get into this real quick. So Aristotle is the founder. He is the first one to basically put it to curriculum together. He studied how repeating patterns work far as reasoning, and they have the same truth value, and when there's a change in the truth values. All right, so that's going to be notable. So we're going to get into the good stuff in a few minutes. Created by several mathematicians. Mathematical logic was created by mathematicians. There was actually a conference, a worldwide conference in around 1845, 1850. I'm not going to go into all the details, but if you want to, you can look it up. No one's sure about the exact date. So there was no mathematical logic, like I said before. Now there is a mathematical logic, which is the predominant one today. So when you say logic, 9 times out of 10, you're going to talk about mathematical logic. So after approximately 1845, all logical systems are under the classification of mathematical logic. This includes modal logic, fuzzy logic, intuitionistic logic. Oh man, there's another error, logic. Forgive me. All those will include logical connectives, right? So once you start using the and, the ors, the if-thens, you're in the realm of mathematical logic, right? So I'm not gonna have to read all that. I just went over that. All right. Let's see. I just did this, so I'm not gonna read all of this, right? I think I'll let you read it for a few seconds. I'm not gonna read all of this, so I'm gonna continue with the presentation because I kind of summed it up already. So I'll continue now. Right. So this is the juicy stuff, right? So some of this you've seen before, some of this you've not seen before. And I'm going to give you some further details of things that you might be missing in case you have seen it before, that you didn't get before. Some details that your sources left out. All right. So I will give more details here about standard form categorical syllogism than other kinds. Now, I want to point out, side note, that I worded this very specifically. Standard form categorical syllogisms. There are forms of categorical syllogisms that are not standard form. All right, and I'll go into that in the presentation, but I want to make it clear that that phrase means something, right? That it's not just accidental. All right.
I see you surgical with these presentations. Let's go.
Yeah. Can you take down the comments so I can see what's under here, whether I have to read it or not? Yeah, I will cover the others very briefly. So, I'm going to go into the other ones first, and I'll get to the categorical syllogisms after, right? So you can see what they look like with your own eyes. Right, so because some of you never seen it before, or if you have, or you've heard the terms and you never seen it, now you're going to understand what the term looks like and where it comes from and all that. So a conjunctive syllogism. Have you ever heard of that before? So this is an argument format that has a conjunctive premise. A conjunctive premise is simply a statement using and in a sentence like P and Q, right? That's the way we're going to write it later on. Like Jack and Jill went up the hill type of thing. And then that's the first premise, right? One conjunct appears on the left-hand side. So the P is a conjunct and the Q is called a conjunct, right? So one conjunct is on the left-hand side and the other conjunct is on the right-hand side. Do you remember I said earlier in this presentation, the boring part, hopefully you weren't sleeping, that what's on the left-hand side and what's on the right-hand side is going to be important, right? So here we're getting into it, right? You can't just put it on the right-hand side, anything on it matters, right? There are consequences if you do that, right? In addition, the and construction, the sentence that's like P and Q has a negation somewhere before the conjunction appears, right? In other words, something in the premise one is combined with something else, right? But the combination denies one of the two options. So P and Q, let's say, being true simultaneously. So it's saying that both P and Q cannot be, both P and Q cannot both be true, right? I'm going to show you the symbolization down here, but don't cut in front of me. All right, the second premise, this is important because there's rules. I'm giving you the rules, right? You can't just do what you want. The first premise has to be this, right? The second premise must affirm one of the conjuncts. You cannot deny. It doesn't say deny one of the conjuncts, right? It says affirm. You must affirm. You can do something else, but the consequences, right? It must affirm one of the conjuncts in the premise one. You cannot deny one of the conjuncts in premise one. That would be an invalid inference. This format is not both P and Q, right? So it's not the case that both Jack and Jill went up the hill, right? If you want an example of a sentence, right? We can't have it both at the same time, right? So that's premise one. It's not the case that both Jack and Jill went up the hill, but Jack went up the hill. We have Jack going up the hill, right? So that's premise two. This is the affirmation of one of the conjuncts, right? This is a P, that's a P. It's an affirmation. Therefore, notice here, therefore, we can deny. We affirm, and then we deny. We affirm, and then we deny. There's structure here. There's a pattern here, right? Notice there has to be a negation in front of the P and Q somewhere. So people will often mistake that this is a conjunctional syllogism. No, it has to be a negation in front of it, right? So this is the required format. I'm not going to read every sentence. I'm trying to move on. So here's another example. John cannot both be in Delaware and in Florida. John is in Delaware. Therefore, here we go with the denial. John is not in Florida, right? Symbolically, this would be, so symbolically, this is not by accident. This little symbol, that means something, right? This ampersand, I think you know what that means because it's on the keyboard already. It's an and, right? This little symbol, so I'll spoil it right now. This is a not. It is called tilde, right? It's not tilde, it's tilde like an A. So I'm going to move on because I just wanted you to see it for your own eyes. I'm not going to really go into more detail. I just want you to be familiar with these terms in case you get it somewhere else, right? I want you to get it here first. So a disjunctive syllogism. Disjunctive syllogism is an argument that has the use of either or phrasing in the first premise. Notice it has to be there in the first premise. That is, either you are a P or a Q, that P is a disjunct and Q is a disjunct also. So just like the and has a conjunct, this is called a disjunct. So the variables that you see with this connective, which again is symbolic down here. So the or is the same thing as this symbol, just so you know, right? It's called a disjunct. So these things are labeled. They have names. We're not making up things. A disjunct appears on the left-hand side of the word or, and the other disjunct appears on the right-hand side. Again, that left and right thing is going to be frequent. The second premise must deny. The other one affirmed and then denied. Here we're going to deny and do something else and then affirm. All right, so there's structure here. The second premise must deny one of the disjuncts. The conclusion will affirm the other disjunct, the disjunct that is not being denied. Either you are from the earth or you are from some other planet. Rex is not from the earth, therefore Rex is from some other planet, right? So you deny and then you affirm. The other one was kind of the opposite. So symbolically, we can say P or Q, this is equivalent to this, right? I could write it like this in English, but symbolically it would look like this. So this is premise one, this is premise two, this is the conclusion, right? So if you're debating, I'm telling you this shorthand is going to save you writer's block, right? So that should be gold in itself when you do it symbolically, instead of just writing prose and writing in paragraph form. we can deny either disjunct. So it's not that you have to deny left-hand side or the right-hand side. It's both, okay? It's not very specific that you have to do only one side. You can go either one, right? You may not affirm, you may not affirm disjunct and derive something. That is an invalid inference if you do so. All right, so we're moving on. I think this is more interesting than the other stuff, right? What do you guys think? Than the sentence and the statement and all this proposition stuff. This is a little bit more tolerable, if that's the word. The other stuff was dreadful. I felt it too. A conditional syllogism. Where am I going? Conditional syllogism is a format that has the words if and then, some words then appears within a sentence, such as if P then Q. If you're a son, then you have a parent. It could be any variation. The P and the Q are obviously variables that they can stand for any noun or noun phrase that you desire. Right? You can make a million of sentences with if this, then that. The format is the important part. And these are labeled. There's labels for this. The P appears before the then part. That is called the antecedent, right? So the P is called the antecedent. The Q part appears then after the then part. And this is called the consequent, right? I wanted to use the symbols. I did. Okay. There are two valid schemas, right? So I'll get into the conditionals again later on, because there's some discrepancy, there's some ambiguity when you use if-thens. All right. So there are two valid schemas. And I said that sidebar because it's very important that you pay attention to the schemas, right? Everything is not valid, even though it could have the same wording, right? That's why the left-hand side, right-hand side matters. There are two valid schemas, not four, not five. There are two. But that's not only two that you will see in reality. People can present it any kind of way, but these two are valid and the other ones are not, right? So that's why I'm taking the time to go over this and giving you the right terminology, because people outside of here are going to present it any kind of way they want, but you have to be able to distinguish and separate things and put it in the right order, right? Because con artists will do that, right? If somebody's trying to con you, they're going to put it in an order that's going to cause confusion, and then you're going to make the wrong decision, right? So this format is if P, then Q. So this is premise 1, this is premise 2, right? And I'm using shorthand because if this was text only, oh my God, this would be very, very bad. You should appreciate the shorthand. So this is the conclusion, right? This particular one, the whole name, called modus ponendo ponens. Now that is Latin. It's very specific. All right. I'm not going to go into all that because I'm trying to move through the slides. So here's an example. But you'll find this. You're not going to find this often, but that's technically the name. But you're going to find this. It's a shortcut, right? Because it's easier. So this is an example of an if-then type of sentence. If you are a woman, then you're a human being. So this would be the P, this would be the Q, right? I did it right here, matter of fact. So I'm not going to read this. You can read it. It's almost the same. This is what I mean by format. You can substitute the words with the variables, right? So I don't have to read every sentence, right? This format saves time, right? So you can use whatever you want as long as it's a noun phrase, right? On the left-hand side or on the right-hand side, not whatever you want. So this is premise 1. Notice the semicolon. This is premise 2. Therefore, this is the conclusion. The second instance format is this, which is I'm talking about denying the consequent here. All right, so here's premise 1. If P, then Q, the same as the other one, but now you have a not Q. This is a negation, right? This is called denying the consequent. The order, like I'm telling you, the order matters, right? So this is the conclusion, right? This is called modus tollendo tollens in Latin, right? But they shorten it to modus tollens, just so that if you Googled it or something, it's probably going to show up as modus tollens instead of this, but that's the actual Latin name, right? If you are a dog, that's premise. I'm sorry, this is part of the premise, right? If you are a dog, I got to get in part. If you are a dog, then you are not a human being. So that's premise 1. This is premise 2. Susan is a human being, which is a denial of this, right? This is a not here. And then I'm saying something the opposite kind of. But I don't want you to use the word opposite, right? There's a special terminology for that. Therefore, this is the conclusion, right? Symbolically, it would be like this, right? Imagine if all of this was, you can symbolize something so much faster, right? So you can brainstorm your arguments ahead of time in your free time. So I hope that the debaters take this and keep this in mind, that all these options I'm going to give you, I want you to be able to use your imagination and find a way to use it. I can't tell you everything, right? I can show you how to fish, and your job is to fish, right? So no other options are valid. So these two are the only valid ones, right? So somebody might try something else, but you got to recognize when it's valid, when it's not, right? So denying the antecedent is a fallacy. Affirming the consequent is a fallacy. Now you got to watch out for that, right? So if I say if P then Q, I have Q, therefore I have P. No. That's a fallacy. Have you ever heard of this one? Oblique syllogism. Oblique syllogism is a syllogism that does not conform to any of the other formats, but does seem to have a conclusion related to the premises. There is no distinct middle term. I'll cover that later. There is a relationship needed, and that is called a transitive relationship, where a term attribute is transferred to another term, what transitive means here. So you're describing something, and that attribute can transfer to something else other than itself, right? But not the other way around. So John is the father of Al, but absolutely Al cannot be the father of John, right? That relationship goes one direction. The relationship goes, I just said that, so let's move on. Another attribute of this kind of syllogism is the validity to come from the form itself and requires some additional context to test validity. I'm really not going to give you an example of this because I gave an example here, but it's very complicated, right? Validity can be determined sometimes by form, sometimes by content, sometimes by both. You've probably seen this in math, like angle C is greater than angle F, angle G is greater than angle C, therefore angle G is greater than angle F, right? But this is, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Don't get ahead of myself. That was a mistake, but I have some more juicy stuff. Here is a bad example, right? Oh, sexual creatures. I'm not going to even read that, man. You just take us to read that. So there's a way to do this, right? Again, a lot of you are wondering, what's the point of this? How am I going to use this? I want you to understand that people can use it and how you're going to respond to it. All right, so we're going to get into the categorical syllogisms now. We're going to get into the juicy part, a little more juicy part before we get into the mathematical stuff. All right. So usually a categorical syllogism will be defined as a deductive argument structure that consists of exact two premises and a single conclusion. Standard form categorical, here we go. Standard form categorical syllogisms have an actual format. You cannot just form them any way you like, which you will see all over the place, right? Standard categorical syllogisms need a connection between the premises to be relevant. In addition, this kind of reasoning uses rules of inference. So you would have to know rules of inference here. You can't just freestyle. Like, well, this is true because this is true. No. What rules of inference are you using? So we're going to get into that, right? Preserving truth does not mean the statements will be true, right? So just because I give you a categorical syllogism and some of the premises are false, or if they're all true, doesn't mean that the arguments are going to be valid and acceptable. Humans can make mistakes. That's why we evaluate them, right? That's the whole point of this. Hold on 1 second.
And while he does that, I'll go to a word from our sponsors briefly.
This Saturday, the Coliseum opens. 2 intellectual warriors, 1 explosive question, no place to hide. Honey Clark and Ben Eaton, they're stepping into the arena to battle over a question that hits the heart of America. Do government welfare programs help the black community long term? Is it a lifeline or a leash? Does it build generational wealth or breed generational dependence? Honey Clark is coming armed with data, history, and fire in her voice, ready to argue that these programs are essential tools for equity and survival. Ben Eaton steps in with statistics, economic theory, and a counterpunch philosophy, arguing that long-term empowering demands a different strategy. This isn't surface level politics. This is policy. This is history. This is legacy. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League.
That is this Saturday, 7 p.m. Don't miss it. Ben Eaton and Honey Clark. This is going down in history. And this week, only here on Titans Debate League.
Or they enter the Coliseum, they've got to survive Argument Alley. This is where the new voices step into the hot seat, and we find out real quick who's built for the spotlight and who folds under pressure. In Argument Alley, there's no easy questions. We pressure test their beliefs, we challenge their ideology, we push their faith, and we put their knowledge on the line. Can they think on their feet? Can they defend their stance when the heat gets turned all the way up? Because not everybody earns a place in Coliseum of Arguments. You don't just walk your way in. You've got to fight your way in, where contenders are tested and only the strong make it to the main stage. Presented by Coliseum of Arguments. Step up or step aside.
And March 1st, we have Gideon Yisrael versus Big Cosmon, which is more beneficial for our people, the Owaspi or the Bible. March 1st, this is one you're not going to want to miss, folks. Tune in for that. I'll have a commercial for this one done by the end of the day. And back to you, Roychess. You're muted if you're back. Okay, take your time. I'll go to another ad. I got a few. The tournament that started it all. We are in round 2 right now. $500 grand prize. The winner of each round receives $50 on the way to the finals. And we are looking for new debaters right now for Clash of the Titans 2.0 starting next month.
These are not just speakers. These are thinkers, forged in fire. Warriors of words stepping into destiny. Welcome to the Coliseum of Arguments, where logic clashes with conviction and ideas spill like blood in the sand. 16 titans, 16 minds, one path to immortality. They come seeking truth, they fight for redemption, they burn for revenge. Featuring the intellectual elite of the Titans Debate League. Every round a new war, every word a new weapon. Every titan ready to fall or rise in glory. This is not debate, this is combat. Step into the Coliseum of Arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained?
GD and Capone. I don't know if I got your email. I do got your email. You sent me those sources the other day. I will email you back and get you set up with an argument alley, and we'll get you rolling right on in.
Amazing news! At Titans Debate League is now looking for interns. We are expanding our team and seeking driven individuals who are ready to make an impact. We're on the hunt for talented people to join our marketing team, a charismatic new host, and creative minds who can produce amazing content. If you have a positive attitude and are used to winning, because that's what we do here, then we want to hear from you. Join us and contribute to a culture of excellence and success here at Titans Debate League. Email us today, titansdebateleague@gmail.com. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Where Infinity Gauntlet is a mere toy compared to the intellectual prowess building.
And we're back, I think.
Yeah, I'm here.
Everybody
Okay.
give Roychess a round of applause. He's about to continue with this amazing presentation.
Yeah, so a categorical syllogism will be defined as a deductive argument structure that consists of exactly two premises and a single conclusion. Standard form categorical syllogisms have an actual format. You just can't say it any way you like. I think I read that already, so I'll skip down to the bottom here. That is, the whole purpose of this is that it's a truth preserving system. That is, when we begin with a truthful input, there should never be the case of getting a false output. We will use the letters A, E, I, O, propositional types as premises, and include a middle term to form an argument. We will use form over content in deductive reasoning, right? So here you will see a deductive argument. Now, I did this on purpose because some of you think that you have to be able to read the sentences, right? Unless you can read this language, you know what this says. But it is an argument, and it is a valid argument. And notice there's no way, I mean, yes, you can, with technology, you can try to copy and paste and translate it. But if this is in front of you in real life, you may not have time to do that, right? So this is why it's a system of thinking, right? There are rules that are applied, right? So many of the debaters just reason about things that they know. And if you're presented with something you're not familiar with, you will not be able to reason your way out. So this system that I'm showing you shows you why you can do that. I can reason if this is it or not, because I know how to reason, right? So I don't want you to think that you have to understand the language in order to reason about something. You don't have to understand the language. It's based on format, right? So again, here's a form of syllogism. You may not understand the language. Even here, the guidelines we will cover work. That is what I mean, that the content of the argument is not the focus. Where the words or symbols in this case are placed matters more. Where the terms placed matters more. And again, it's going to be left and right. There is no need for definitions, etymologies, learning the language for that, right? So we are looking for ideas, propositions that are identical regardless of the language. In this way, translation would not matter. If the ideas are identical, there's no need to discuss the different languages at all, right? So here's some of the juicy part, right? Because I don't want to have to write prose all the time. This is called the original square of opposition, or arrow square of opposition, right? So when I refer to an A proposition, I'm referring to this. When I refer to an E proposition, I'm referring to this, right? When I refer to an I proposition, I'm referring to this. That way I don't have to keep writing these sentences over and over, because it's time consuming and it would take up a lot of space and it would take longer to go through, right? So the shorthand, Aristotle has a shorthand kind of, even though he didn't use it, people created it after his passing. But that's not the only reason why I showed you this. Like, you see this, I mean, you understand what that word is. Do you understand this word and this word or this word, right? You notice that there's an arrow in some of them, at least. There's supposed to be arrows here. I couldn't find I don't know why there's no arrows here. But anyway, there's a relationship. That's what the square of opposition is showing you. That if you break down English sentences to a certain way, and you can derive new things from them. So I don't think everybody understands at least this context that you're going to use here. And I just wanted you to see this so that you're exposed to it. You don't have to remember anything, but you'll come across it again after this. I'm pretty sure, if you haven't already. It's just a matter of time before you run into somebody that's going to show you this. So I'm going to go over this now. All right. So let's break it down. All right. So I just said this part, right? This refers to that, right? All you're doing is substituting, right? Notice that there are vowels, right? I'm sure you probably like, why is it vowels? That means something. And when I get to the other stuff, you're going to see what that is, right? So the shorthand is just a substitution instance. And then I'm building up the building blocks, right? So we can build a language and then we can prove stuff with it, because we have to have a language to prove stuff. Right? So here's some, dry language again, some dry definitions, because it matters, right? There are such things called universal propositions, propositions that have the quantifier all or no at the beginning. So those are the A and E types of propositions. The top portion of the square of the diagram, right? So the top part, left and right. Then the particular propositions are the propositions that use the quantifier some. That is the I and the O propositions, the bottom part of the square I just showed you, the lower portion of the diagram. Affirmative propositions, right? Propositions with a copula, which is also called the verb, right? We would call it a verb in English, right? But this is the technical term, right? You might encounter. Is it positive, where it is either going to be is or are. Now, it doesn't say any other verb, right? No other verbs are going to be allowed in the technical definition, the standard form, right? People will use them because they're just rebels. But when you allow that, you allow falsehood to creep in. You allow connery and scamming to creep in, which is why you limit it to these two. It's hard to deceive if I limit it, right? I'm giving you less opportunities to deceive me, right? So again, I keep telling you that the purpose of Aristotle's logic is not about just to, evaluate arguments just for the sake of it, but you're looking for deception. And there's ways to do that, right? And we're countering it, even though you may not see it right now. All right. So that's why it's useful. This is useful because people will not be able to pull the wool over your eyes as easy. Right? We'll get to that though. Negative propositions where the quantifier or the copula is negative, the verb, right? So that will be the O position and the E proposition, right? So the O proposition has the copula is and the word not following it, right? That's what makes it a negative. The E proposition begins with no, and that's what makes that a negative. I will cover these terms, which are important. Again, if without these things, somebody could pull the wool over your eyes, especially about the quantifier, right? People will leave this out because they don't want their conclusion to be diminished. It's not as persuasive if they were to say it the right way, right? So they won't include it. That's why this is important, right? You have to notice that things they're including, things they're explicitly trying to stay away from, right? So when somebody's trying to pull the wool over your eyes, they're not going to include a quantifier, right? They're going to have you guessing, right? So a quantifier expresses how many objects or things that are involved in the subject. Here are some examples. These are the main examples, right? in an English conversation, it's going to be one of these three, a variation of one of these three. All right. Simple. You're going to use one of these three. Now, if you refuse to one of these three, you're probably up to something, right? Because you don't want to be specific, right? That's where the deception creeps in, right? When you are specific, it's hard to deceive, very hard. You're going to be you have to be super creative, right? There is a variation of the sum quantifier with the word not included, which is the O proposition. Quantifiers are very important to premises and can make the difference in truth value. It can make a difference in the truth value of a proposition. For instance, all swans are white is false. Some swans are white birds. I'm sorry. Some swans are white birds is true, right? So notice the quantifier, right? If for example, like in the past couple of days, people were talking about truth, and then people would say truth is subjective. Okay, where's the quantifier? Is all truth subjective? Or is it some, right? All truth, or is it some truth? There's not the same thing. You know, they make two different statements. All would be equal to expressing 100% of X or Y. Now, the X and Y you can substitute for whatever subject you're talking about. Right? This is an absolute. There's no other option, right? Because it's 100%. No would be equal to 0%, right? This is an absolute. There's no other option if it's 0%. All right. You may also notice the word use of none instead of no. That's just a variation. It means the same thing. Some here means at least one. All that is required is one, at least one. It could be two, it could be three, any number greater than one, but it can't be less than one. It cannot be 100%, right? It has to be from 1 to 99 because it's not an absolute, right? So that's why some people will avoid using some, because it diminishes their conclusion. If I say some truth is subjective, that nobody's going to debate that. But if you want to persuade people that all truth is subjective, you're not going to use the word some. You're just going to say truth is subjective. And it sounds like you're saying all truth is subjective. Notice the switch, right? People are slicksters. They won't say what they want to say, what they're supposed to say, because you will catch it. So they won't put this there, right? So for science lovers, I encourage you to put this there on your conclusions, because, that's what it really means. It's not 100%. So every conclusion you derive is going to be some. Right? It's not going to be all. All right. So I'm not going to read all this. I'm trying to get through the presentation. Right. Also, I do need to remember this. Mention this. So in case someone is into set theory and stuff like that, some also means the subject membership, whatever the subject is, like dogs or cats or something like that. The set is not empty. Okay. So if I talk about unicorns, there are no unicorns. That would be an empty set. So using some is improper, right? Some unicorns are white would be kind of nonsensical if they don't exist, right? So some has to have some membership. It cannot be an empty set, right? So let me move on. What is a middle term? Okay, so this is something that's not intuitive. Again, this was not included in the square of opposition. This is absolutely needed to form a deductive argument. The middle term is how the premises are related in an argument. This is identified by a term or a word that is repeated. Notice it is repeated in the premises, but not found in the conclusion. So this is going to come into play when I show you how to analyze arguments, right? I'm going to give you some examples, right? When we add a middle term, or the relationship between the premises, that's what it is, that's what it's doing, we can form an argument. For instance, all women are human beings, all dogs are mammals, the earth is a planet in the Milky Way. That's not an argument, right? There are no repeating terms. right? There's no middle, there's no common term, there's no common relationship between any of those sentences, right? So it may look like an argument, but it's not. So you have to be aware of slicksters who present things that are not arguments, but they say they are, right? So that's why we're doing this. There's details here that are super important. So if you're listening to this and asking, well, what am I going to use this for? Again, it could be used against you. So you need to be able to recognize it. You should be able to recognize a con man when he comes at you with this, right? Hopefully you'll get the point. All right, so I'm going to move on. Those are just random sentences. An argument has a relationship between the premises and the conclusion. There needs to be a connection or a link, if you will. So here we go with the shorthand. We're going to get into it. I will use the letter M as a shorthand for the middle term in an argument, along with the S, which will stand for the subject of an argument. And I will use the letter P for the predicate. So notice the letters S, M, and P. That's going to be important. That's going to come up again in another context, kind of. And I'm happy to be able to show you something that you probably would never thought of existed, right? Here's a breakdown. So I'm not going to repeat this because, I'm only repeating this because I don't have the square image up there. I showed you the square, but this is what was on the square. So I'm not going to repeat everything. So the subject term refers to the main noun in the sentence. This is going to be important. This is represented by the S. So you know what a subject term is. The copula refers to the main verb in the sentence. This is normally limited to is or are only. There are no other forms accepted, right? Although people speak and write differently. They don't only just use is or are. They can use will, would, have, and all that. That's eliminated, right? Because that creeps in deception, right? So the predicate term refers to words after the main verb. Notice after. It's not part of the predicate. So if you pull out an English grammar text, you would be told that the predicate is the verb plus all the words after it. The verb and all the words after. This is not the case here, right? The predicate is separate here. The predicate is represented by P as found in the square. Or I should say in the premise. In this context, I'm not using what's found in grammar books. I'll let you read that for a second. I'm not going to read every sentence. I'm just trying to get through to better stuff. So what is meant by mood? Right? So there's something called the mood of an argument. You might not have heard of it, but you are today. You're going to find out about it. The mood of a syllogism refers to the propositions, the types of propositions, right? The A, E, I, O, which will become the premises and the order in which those premises appear in the argument, right? So I'm going to show you a diagram in a minute. And just let me go through this. What do I mean? I will need to introduce the letter M. Again, I think I did that, so let's skip to that. So this is an example. I'm going to use the shorthand if I can, where I can. So all M are P, all S are M. Notice the terms where the M is. It's on the left-hand side here. It's on the right-hand side here. But it's not found here, right? But I'm going to get into that. That's what the mood refers to, right? Where the middle term is placed. Okay? And I'm going to show you why it's important. Right? So in this case, this is an A proposition, right? Because it has the quantifier all. This is an A proposition. It has the quantifier all. This is an A proposition. It has the quantifier all. Therefore, this is another way to say the A type of proposition, right? The mood is AAA. Premise 1, premise 2, conclusion, right? Or you can say proposition 1, proposition 2, proposition 3. They're all A statements, right? So that's the mood. That's why you say this. So me telling you this you should be able to imagine an argument like this. So the M and the P could stand for any noun clause, right? These are variables. So of course you can make multiple sentences yourselves and make your own arguments here. This is the ideal format or the schematic format. Like I could have just used symbols here, like a phi and a psi, but that would be complicated. So I'm trying to keep this simple. All right. So I could say an argument is the mood EIO. You should understand what that is because we covered what E propositions are. We covered what I propositions are. We covered what O propositions are, right? That was in the square. But I'll give you some more diagrams so you could be reminded, right? So this would be an EIO argument. Notice the E is because of the quantifier. It starts with a no. That's a negative universal, right? The sum is an I. That's an I proposition, right? Some are not. Some are not. There's a negative here. That's the O proposition, right? So we're going to get into it, right? The first proposition is E. I just explained that. So I'm going to move on. Wait, let me just make sure. Okay. What is figure? Now notice I gave you a lot of concepts right there. Syllogisms, what mood is, what the middle term is, what the figure is. It's all about to come together in a few slides. I'm going to combine some of those things, right? So the figure of the syllogism refers to where the individual terms that we covered earlier, the quantifier subject, remember all those things. That's why I had to define them first, right? So we're going to use them practically, right? That are placed in relation to the copula of the verb. Right? This is important. I hope that's not complicated because what do I mean, right? The cheat code is where the middle term is located. I think I gave that away before I even showed this. The main verb will be is or are always. So you can think of this as the center of the proposition, even though it's not the center of the sentence, right? It could be placed any, different places in the sentence, but you're always going to look for this. And something's going to be to the left, something's going to be to the right. And it's going to matter, right? So there are four figures: first figure, second figure, third figure, fourth figure. Now, that's modern day, right? But Aristotle, this is a historical side, that he did not have four figures. He only had three figures, right? He considered the fourth figure a variation of the first. So I'm just kind of summarize here. Now, I also have to note that Aristotle wrote sentences in a language that were not English. And in that particular language, the word order varied from English, and the sentence order could vary from normal English, right? So that's going to matter because interpretation and context matter, because people will tell you something opposite about what I'm saying about the four figures because the language was opposite, right? So this is what figures look like, right? These are argument schemas, like I said. And notice the S and the P is always the same conclusion. So there's a universal system here, right? It's not subjective, right? The M, notice the M is circled. Something on the left, something on the right, both on the right, both on the left, something on the right, something on the left. It matters, right? So this is what I said before. So this is modern day, and somebody might present this as the Aristotle's four figures because they read it literally, right? So English, this would be the other language, right? And if you notice, it's very related, but the premises are different. They're in the wrong order, right? This is the first premise up here, but it's the second one down here. It's this first one here, but it's the second one here. The M's are placed opposite, kind of, right? Now, in some cases, it does match because that's just what it is. But I wanted you to see that, right? So why didn't the slide work? Okay. So mood and figure. Obviously, we can mix the mood and the propositions of any kind of way and combine the placement of terms. We will get many variations like EEO in the first figure, AEE in the first figure, and so on. We can combine a total of 256 variations of figure and mood. That's a lot. So again, if you're wondering what am I using this for, what am I going to do with this? again, it's people going to come at you with arguments that you're going to have to dismantle, right? Now, if they come at you with 256 variations, are you going to be able to do it? Are you going to be able to tell me or tell the audience when they're good and when they're bad, right? We're going to get into that. But that's the purpose of it. That's what we're doing here. But we're not going to go into 256. I'll tell you that right now. Because today there are only 24 valid patterns that I have to worry about. So you can come at me with 256, but I know only 24 of them are going to be good. And if I know these 24, I don't have to worry about the rest. Everybody get that? Right? So there are 24. Now this number has grown over time. I guess just because there was a communication and language difference. I don't want to give it away. There were 15 originally, then 19. And then when mathematical logic was invented, they took over the kind of the subject, because mathematical logic is math. It's not part of philosophy anymore. I mean, there's an overlap, but it's technically still math, right? So it's not philosophy specifically, right? They have their own thing going on over there, but they use some of the same information and the same terminology in a different context. So I thought I would share that. And I'm going to show you what these are in a minute. Why is this important? Because the forms are limited in number. So you can come at me with 1,000,000, but I know I don't have to go through all of them. I know this is invalid, this is invalid. I can go through the invalid ones very quickly, because if it's not on this list, then I know it's invalid. All right, so let me get to that, right? I'll let you read these things because I think I just summed it up. I'm not going to read every sentence. So here we go. If you want to know what they are, there you go. Now, again, you should know by the presentation what AAA means, because I explained it. What AOO means, what OAO means. But people don't speak like this, Roy. I know that. But you can translate the way we speak into these things. And when you do that, let's say to a debater, it's going to show you things about his argument if he's arguing deductively, right? And then you can use that in the later rounds to show why he's in error. That's what we're doing here, what we're trying to build, right? So you don't have to memorize this or anything. I just wanted you to see what it looks like if you're curious. This is also not intuitive. So again, this is going to describe why left and right is important, right? This is the main reason why something on the left and something on the right is important, at least in Aristotle's logic, right? So class distribution informs us what class or category a subject or fits into. It has to be, by the way, it has to be a noun. It cannot be an adjective, okay? It can't be a verb. It can't be an adverb. It has to be a noun or a noun clause. This is violated left and right by people who are not trained, right? Your sources are not going to tell you that, more than likely. I'm telling you that. And it's not directly stated, inferred, right, in many sources, but it's not directly stated as I'm stating it here, right? So you can look up what class distribution is, and they will tell you by definition, a class has to be a noun, okay? So specifically, term distribution refers to what classification the term can fit and how many, right? The term will refer to 100%. Again, there goes that 100%. Oh my gosh, this keeps coming up. I wonder why, right? So we're going to get into this because it's going to refer to the propositions that we use. Classification here means that there is a word in general to describe a large number of objects or things, and there's a smaller amount of instances that fall under a general word, right? Such as dog, cat, and if you were to think of a diagram here, you would think of a large circle with at least one smaller circle inside the larger circle. All right. You might ask the question, are we talking animals, cars, buildings? Those are the categories, right? I'm not going to read all of this. I think you get it, hopefully. I will use the word distribute in a context to describe how much of a term class is involved. right, in the premise. So this is where the left-right is about to come serious. Remember saying all S&P is different from S&P or some SRP? Suppose one says men are cheaters. Do they mean all men or do they mean some? They could mean all, some, or none. Each proposition distributes terms differently. So here we go. This is the technical stuff. So the A proposition distributes the subject only. The predicate term is not distributed. All right, it may be called the undistributed term, right, in A-type propositions. So there's a difference, right? Everything underlined is not the same, right? E-type propositions distribute both terms, the subject and the predicate, but this one didn't. This one is only the subject, not the predicate. This one is both. This one doesn't have any distribution. The subject is not distributed. The predicate is not distributed. The O-type distributes only the predicate term, right? And again, distribution will overlap with the moods and figures we discussed earlier. So we're combining everything. I'm building everything from the ground up. I hope you noticed that, right? I have to go through some of the stuff to build it up to the symbolic stuff, right? So it all matters. It's all important, but sometimes it's not what you would normally think. It's unintuitive. All right. Should I read this? No. Let me see. Okay. Yeah. So I'll just make a little note here, right? The relevant thing here is 100% of the subject fits into the category of the predicate. This does not express anything the other way around, right? So if I say all cats are animals, that doesn't mean I can say all animals are cats, right? You can't just do what you want. There are rules here, right? Again, you might not know much about the predicate. That's why you can't switch it, right? The predicate is not committed into a category in an A-type proposition. The predicate term is not distributed, or the predicate is not, but that's what it means, the predicate term. The E-type propositions distribute the both. I don't think I'm going to read this. I'll just let the slide go for a few seconds, and I'll let you read. I think I covered it verbally. I don't think you need to hear it again per se, and I will move on. So I'm going to move on now. So we can talk about a lot of the things that we covered earlier. So here's a little bit more madness to the confusion. So there's a major term, minor term, and and then there's a major premise and a minor premise. So the major term is basically going to refer to the predicate of the conclusion only. So notice we're looking at the conclusion first. We're not looking at the premises first, right? We're taking the argument because we have it in front of us, and we're starting with the conclusion. So this is where order comes in. The order of left and right, this matters here. The conclusion, the major term in the conclusion has to be the predicate, right, of one of the premises. It happens to be the major premise, right? So the conclusion, the major term of the conclusion is going to be found in the argument from the major premise. It has to come specifically from this one. It can't come from this one or something else. There's a specific process, and violating that process will cause problems, cause consequences. The minor term is simply the term in the conclusion that comes from the minor premise, basically. I'm kind of summarizing it here. You can read it for yourself, but when we form an argument, there's structure here. You're not just doing anything you like, anything you want. This allows us to derive new information about the entire syllogism. We will be able to derive the order of the premises, right? That's what this is saying. Actually, the mood is saying that, right? The A-E-I-O stuff. And the figure is going to tell us more stuff, right? So then this is going to help us evaluate arguments better, right? Of course, again, I have to mention that people are not going to be compliant to these rules because they want to deceive you, right? So keep that in mind. There is order here. Arguments in ordinary language will be constructed from premises. The premises in an argument will have something called a standard form. And that's what I just went over, actually, because the rules are very strict there. The conclusion has to be formed a certain way. Something has to go on the left of the conclusion based on those rules. Something has to go to the right in your conclusion based on those rules. The format will help us evaluate arguments and reduce deception. Every premise and conclusion in this context will have 4 distinct parts. The premises have these common attributes or parts: a quantifier, a subject, a main verb, also called the copula, and the predicate, where the verb is separate from being part of this predicate. That matters also when you're going into the inference rules. We're going to get into the inference rules in a few seconds. Again, deception is highly probable if the premises are left open-ended, which is they cannot be adjectives or verbs, right? So you can't say all swans are white type of thing. It's supposed to be all swans are white birds. If you can be specific, you be specific. No ending on an adjective or an adverb. Okay, so let me move on. Clear, concise, and correct premises. Well, in general, deductive logic, these are the things that we want, right? We want to be clear, we want to be concise, and we want to be correct. But here we're using it different, but this is going to repeat. This is going to be repeating concepts. What do I mean by open-ended premises? All horses are tall. Like, that's not telling me anything. Is it 6 feet tall, 1,000 feet tall? What is that? Like, I'm rich. Like, how much money you have? Like, come on. You think you could be a little more specific? So what category do the horses fall under about here? Like, what category? Yeah, animals. So you would say all horses are tall animals, right? Like, how am I supposed to know this refers to that? Because a slickster could tell you something else because he's not committed. He's not responsible for anything on the right-hand side. He could put whatever he wants there. If he's not specific, right? You would think, like, I'm reading the context, Roy, but slicksters are going to often change the information that you started with, and they expect you not to see the difference. All right, so take this into consideration. Why we're doing this, right? To combat the non-commitment opponent, because you could talk about something and he'll change the subject, and you're like, wait a minute, right? So that's why left side and right hand side has to be a noun, right? Now he's going to be committed, right? And then he can't say, well, I didn't say that. That's going to counter all that. So I'll let you read this because I think I just covered that in a summary without having to read all this, so I can move on. Okay, standard form pattern. So here we go with some more rules. Each syllogism must include exactly 3 terms in the premises. A term is identified as a subject, predicate, or middle term. We went over that. The quantifier and the copula are not counted as terms in this context. So when we look at a diagram, that's why it's not counted, right? We can diagram certain things, right? If there are more than 3 terms present in an argument, then you must reduce the terms to 3, such as eliminate synonyms or different words that mean the same thing. Now, this is a tactic that con artists use. They will give you more information than you can handle. It's like me throwing 10 books and telling you to read them, right, in a short period of time, right? So we want to limit things so that you can't do that, and you can't overwhelm somebody where they can't perform, right? And then you have to have terms, as we said earlier, that repeat, right? So sometimes they will present a synonym and they're not using the correct word because they're trying to confuse you by overwhelming you, like I said, with a bunch of sources, a bunch of details that are not part of the argument, right? So that's why this rule exists, right? They're going to distract you with something else. So you need to draw a line in the sand and say, this is the limit. Now, if you violate that limit, then you might be being shady. You might be up to something, right? So this is important. Otherwise, you have, the terms repeating. All of the terms in the argument have to repeat more than once, every single term, right? Not the quantifier, not the verb, but the terms, right? If you have 4 terms, none of them repeat, right? If you have an argument with more than 3 terms, even if you had one repeat enough, all of the terms have to repeat. All right, so let me move on. All right, so here's some more rules. Right, this is all to prevent deception. Right, the middle term can't appear in the conclusion at all. The middle term must be distributed at least once in between both premises. If a term is distributed in the conclusion, then that term must be distributed in the premise it originally occurred. That is confusing, but I need to move on. All right, I'm going to demonstrate some of it, but I need more time. I'm trying to save time here. If one premise is particular, the conclusion must also be particular. Right? Some people will try to do the switcheroo on you. You got to be careful. No conclusion can be drawn from 2 particular premises, and that was based on the distribution rules we covered. Right? It doesn't distribute any of terms, so you can't be absolute about it. Right? If 2 premises are affirmative, the conclusion must also be affirmative. Some people will do the switcheroo and put a negative conclusion there. You're like, what? If either premise is negative, the conclusion must be negative. Now the opposite, right? One of the premises is negative and they put an affirmative conclusion. You're like, what? So you have to be careful. This is why the rules are there. Of course, I don't expect you to memorize them, but I want you to be familiar with them if you hear of them again, right? If this is your first time, just take note. It will probably come up. No conclusion can be drawn from 2 negative premises. Notice that. No, you can't have 2 negative premises. Syllogism with 2 universal premises must also have a universal conclusion. Another way to say this is no particular conclusion can be directly derived from a universal premise in a valid syllogism. Now, I do need to make a side note that you can see an argument like that. Let me go back. With universal premises and the conclusion is a particular, and it turns out to be a valid argument. It turns out to be a valid argument because they're using rules of inference, which in a proof you would have to show, right? So the way it's written, it would be invalid. But when you do the proof of it, it turns out that it could be valid because there are inference rules that are being applied. So directly, it would be invalid, right? Without showing you how to do the proof and using the inference rules, it would be invalid. I hope that's not confusing because people will do this a lot. They'll violate that rule a lot. And you have to understand that they're trying to pull a fast one, and you have to understand the inference rules, which I haven't even covered yet. So we'll cover that in a second. However, if the middle term is distributed twice in the conclusion, you can have a particular conclusion. So that's because of an inference rule that's going to be applied, right? They're not directly doing it. This is an indirect. This will be an indirect proof, right? It'll be sort of an indirect proof, but I'll leave that alone. It's complicated. So I'll leave this alone. The subject of a conclusion must come from the minor premise. Must come. You can't just do what you want. The minor premise is the second premise in the syllogism. The predicate of the conclusion must come from the major premise. It must come. You can't do whatever you want. Right? The terms in the conclusion must appear in a very specific order. First will be the quantifier. Second will be the subject of the minor premise. The subject of the conclusion appears on the left-hand side of the verb. The verb, then
real quick to interrupt, you got a super chat. Ill Doctrine says all chess masters think 5 moves ahead. RP2, Roychess thinks 5 logical steps ahead. Conclusion, therefore, Roychess is checkmating bad arguments ahead of time. Shout out to you, Ill Doctrine. Back to you.
Yeah. So, thank you, Ill Doctrine. So again, I think I was talking about the left-hand side of the verb, right? The main copular is after that. So literally, it's after the left-hand side of the subject of the minor premise, right? And lastly, the predicate of the major premise is very specific, and you will see people change this up. Again, so that's why I'm showing you this, because people might put the subject of the major premise in the conclusion, and that's a violation of this order, right? So it's all to confuse you, right? So that's why I'm bringing this up. Make sure the order is not the quantifier, predicate of the major premise, the copula, and then the subject of the minor premise, right? That the order does matter because fallacies will occur otherwise. Make sure you check term distribution. If somebody gives you an argument, you have to do all these things, right? Because you're putting it to scrutiny, right? You're evaluating it. That's what this is. That's what part of this is, why we're doing it, to evaluate and look for deception, right? I want to keep that in your mind, because otherwise, what's this for? You know, all of this is too much information here, right? So that's what I put here. I'm going to continue. So we're going to get to, I'm not going to read all this because I think I'm explaining this in the midst of it. Again, this is all about you being on the receiving end of somebody trying to deceive you. And these rules counter that. That's why there are rules. That if you don't obey the rules, you're probably going to be guilty of a fallacy, and that the conclusion doesn't follow the premises. And therefore, we don't have to take your argument at all, right? Now, I got to say this as a side note. When we evaluate arguments, just because it's a bad argument, you don't throw it away. You just say it's a bad argument. You don't have to demean or humiliate the person. You know, a lot of people without training or something like that will probably do so. They'll throw away the whole argument. That's not what this is. That if I present an invalid argument to you, I should be allowed to correct it. So it's not about, you got it wrong. This is about evaluating arguments. And if it is wrong, correction should be needed. You know, correction should be allowed. Right?
You know, we say tighten up over here, so yeah.
Yeah, so if you make a mistake, it's not nah. You're not supposed to tease somebody. Oh, your premise is false. I can't stand when people say that. Just because I have a false premise doesn't mean my conclusion will be false, right? I'm gonna go over that, but you know, just as a sidebar, right? So I think this is summary what I was saying before. These rules are there so that the chances of you being deceived are lessened or reduced dramatically. So I'm not going to read this slide, right? I left it up here long enough for you to be able to read it. So I'm going to move on. So this is some juicy stuff here. Validity. I think you've all heard of this. So many people have heard the term validity, or perhaps you use the term yourself in conversation. This does not mean what the normal conversation means, a valid point or something like that. Jen, you want to say something?
No, I didn't say anything.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I thought maybe there was a background or something. Generally, the term validity has to do with the acceptance of something or the approval of something, like a valid driver's license, a valid parking spot, a valid transaction, etc. We will not use that context, although there is some truth to the acceptance part of the things that we're talking about here. We will use the term valid only to describe deductive arguments. Inductive arguments are not valid or invalid, right? Those are the different terminology used for those. Let me see. Okay, validity expresses a repeated pattern of truth values in a deductive argument. This is important. That pattern consists of an inference that leads from one true proposition to another true proposition and so forth. In an argument, we seek a path. Forgive the typos here. I seek a path to using true premises and a true conclusion. A validity expresses the concept that if you input true premises, then your output should be true. That is, premise 1 is true, premise 2 is true, and the conclusion is true. I'm going to use a shorthand representation of this because I'm going to refer to TTT as, that's what validity stands for. We want true, true, true. We don't want this, right? We should not start from truth and lead to falsity. We know that we have a problem if the input is true and the derivation is false. We want to avoid true premise, and false conclusion. The shorthand repetition is this. So when you break the rules, what happens? You're gonna likely get this. You're guaranteeing this is out the question, right? Because if you break the rules, you won't get this. You'll never get this if you break the rules. You're going to get this. Right? And that's going to be important. I'm going to keep bringing that up. All right. So the common attributes for validity are when all the premises are true, the conclusion necessarily follows. This clearly does not mean the premises are true. So this, I have to make a side note here because people will tell you that you can have a valid argument and it has nothing to do with reality. That is true. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. That is true. That you can have a valid argument. It has nothing to do with the real world and stuff like that. But the point is the process that we're using. If we input true, we get true out of it. So if we can meet that condition, then we can apply it to reality. Okay? That is, we can say if the premise is true, the conclusion must be true. We can also see it as if all of the premises are true, the conclusion is impossible to be false. Notice that. It's impossible. That you can be as creative as you want to. You won't be able to falsify it for me. Right? There's no way for it to be false. Let's see. This gives rise to a rule for valid deductive arguments in general, that if you do have a false conclusion, right, then at least one of the premises is also false, right? So if you can't just bust somebody, oh, your conclusion is false, or your conclusion is false. Yeah, you could say that, but it's not over there, right? That if they do have a false conclusion, then one of their premises is false, right? So recall that we can't have TTF, right? So if I had a false premise in the premise, like that would be the definition of invalidity, right? That's impossible logically to have TTF. It's kind of analytical. We discussed early, impossible to do. I'm not going to read all this. I think I covered it, like with the freestyle or the sidebars. So can you take down the comment, A1? This is important. Note, invalid does not mean the proposition in the conclusion is automatically false. So even if I tell you the argument is invalid, that doesn't mean you throw away the baby with the bathwater. right? It may be by chance, it may be by some luck that the conclusion happens to be true. So you can't just throw it away, right? All you could do is say that the methodology that you reached, how you reached that conclusion, you made an error somewhere, right? Should I read all this? All the examples one can create are not. So some people think invalid reasoning is not a fallacy because sometimes their conclusion does accidentally turn out to be true. And because it does turn out to be true, it's all the time. So although that you may have sometimes, the inference method you're using is not reliable because it's not 100%, right? So just because you have 10 true examples or 1,000 true examples, there are false ones that exist, right? That's why it's wrong. That's why it's not objective, right? You can't have true and false at the same time in the same truth table, right? That's actually incorrect. I should rephrase that. I have to correct that. You can't have, so basically the method that you're using has to be correct 100% of the time, not 50%, not 20%, not 80%, right? Because if you ask me for directions and I say I get it right 20% of the time, you're probably not going to follow me, right? You're not going to follow the directions I give you. So it needs to be all examples, not some. Just because you find some truth to it in some instances, it's not enough. It has to be 100% to be reliable here. So this is tricky. This is where a lot of debaters go, and this is important. All right. I want to note that the word if used at the beginning of a sentence can be used a bit ambiguous here. That the if-then format is specifically called a conditional statement. Now, some people might think it's a hypothetical and stuff like that. We'll get into that, right? Because it's down here. This is why math people and lawyers use it, because it's a little bit ambiguous. It's a little bit tricky sometimes because they're not specific, right? You are not making a definitive claim if you begin a sentence with if, technically, right? If expresses a condition you are describing that would likely happen in reality. The sentence, if I hit the lottery tonight, I will split the money with everyone in the chat, does not mean I will actually hit the lottery tonight. And I don't have to give you any money either, right? What if I just don't, I'm just being deceptive. I'm lying. I'm not reliable, right? I don't have to do it. It's not necessary for me to do it. You might not be able to tell the sentence is meant to be literal or not, but the sentence does not have to be true in reality. This is why it's a bit misleading, that even if I did hit, I still can deny you sharing the money with you, right? We can say a sentence is a hypothetical scenario if the sentence does not apply to reality, right? So, but hypotheticals are conditionals, right? It's not the other way around, right? All hypotheticals are not conditionals, right? It's not always the same. It's not always reciprocated. It doesn't have to be. There are at least 3 contexts to choose from: hypothetical, the necessary, and the sufficient. Some people will insist on using if in a sentence like we're discussing, if then, if P, then Q, represents a necessary condition. This context can be used, but the context is not clear unless someone says this condition is a necessary condition, and they mean some expected result occurs after the first part of the condition, right? Such as if it rains, then the ground will get wet, right? Or if S occurs, then P will occur, right? They're saying if this thing happens, then that thing must happen. That if you get decapitated, you will die, right? Something like that. There's no way that you could still be alive after being decapitated. They're saying something like that. That it's impossible to be otherwise. Now this result, right, there's usually a limited number. It's never going to be absolute, of course, because it's vague. And you will have multiple solutions to it, but it's usually limited, right? So this one is another slick way of doing it. Other people insist on using if represents the minimum condition needed for the result to occur. This context is deemed sufficient, or the sufficient cause for the result to occur. Like if your grade on the exam is 65 or higher, then you will have passed the exam. That means you can pass the exam with any grade equal to 65 or any grade number above 65. So notice, right? 65, 67, I could go 66, 67, all the way to 100, right? 67 would pass, 72 would pass, any number, as long as it goes up to 100. Like there's so many ways to get this result, right? That's not the same thing as this. This is saying that this is more serious than that, right? This is more serious. This is what science would use. This is, science could use something like this, but they've, that's why this is confusing, because they can use any of them, right? I want you to understand that, like, it's very confusing. And this is why deductive reasoning wants to stop the confusion by asking people to be more specific, adding more details when you can, right? So the hypothetical scenario. Now, it doesn't have to be an impossible. I don't want you to take it as an impossible thing, but a lot of the times it will be. Like the lotto thing. Like, I'm probably not going to hit the. It's not literally impossible, but right. But this one is, if Muhammad Ali was to box Mike Tyson, Muhammad Ali is no longer with us, so this is literally impossible, right? Like, suppose I say, if Muhammad Ali were to box Mike Tyson, Ali would win, right? There's no way for me to know with certainty that is true. If I become a millionaire, I will create an organization, a charity organization for the poor. There's no way, if that were true, I don't have to do this. Like, there's nothing to force me to do it. Where up here is saying, it's not a force, but it's close, right? This one is like the shyster. You got to watch out for this one. And this one too, right? How will you know what they mean? The speaker might not want you to know. That person can use this tactic so they can claim, so that you can't claim they made a false statement, right? You can't falsify my statement, so it must be true, type of thing, right? You probably have experienced that. They may switch context from hypothetical to literal, and so forth and so forth. The rebuttal you may hear is, if I said if so and so, and they switch the predicate, the subject, and if you're not paying attention, like, we weren't even talking about that. Like, what are you talking about? You changed the whole context of everything. So that if part is very, very tricky, very, very tricky, right? So they purposely did not indicate which context they meant. They may deny that they made a definitive statement, so you can't prove them wrong, right? So deception has a lot to do with being ambiguous, being, free-flowing. I'm going with the flow type of thing, right? I want you to notice that, right? So we went through a triad of validity. This is where science kind of fits in. How does this apply to the scientific method and stuff? So if you don't know what a sound argument is, a sound argument, I'll just skip to that because we covered validity. Do I need to say anything? Yeah, I think I'll mention it. A valid argument can have false premises. Do not reject the syllogism because one of the premises is false. The conclusion might be true. I think I did mention this, so I spoiled it. You can have a true conclusion when one of both premises are false, right? I don't think I will go over this. I think I covered it in the sidebars and stuff. We want to avoid this, the true, false, but other variations are available, right? So these can be valid, right? That's why you can't deny a false premise, right? You might accidentally get one of these, right? You're just denying the method that they use to get to the conclusion. You're not throwing away the whole argument. Now, a sound argument must be a valid argument. It has to follow the rules that we covered earlier. So you can't have an invalid sound argument. That's out of the question. There's no such thing as an invalid sound argument. The premises have to be true in reality. So this is where your science comes in. So you can have a valid argument that makes no sense in reality, but then it's not sound, right? There are no sound arguments with a false conclusion, right? I think I said that. So there are categories or descriptions of what deductive arguments can be described as. They can be valid, invalid, sound, unsound. So unsound clearly means that one of the premises is not true, right? Now, that doesn't mean it's not valid or not. So a lot of these terms can intermix, but sound cannot intermix with false conclusion or false premise. All right, so I think I'll go on. A few fallacies here, because we went through the Aristotle stuff, right? And there's some more things to know. Any syllogism with more than 3 terms will commit the fallacy of it 4 terms. So it has a specific name, right? Fallacies do usually have a specific name. It will be in the form all M or P, all K or F, therefore all K or P. Notice there are no repeating terms, right? I think I covered this in the sidebar. So notice no middle term. Any syllogism where the middle term is not distributed. This is unintuitive because you're not thinking about left-hand side, right-hand side, all that stuff. And somebody gives you a written argument. You're not going to think about, it depends on where the term is placed. That's why we went over distribution. But it turns out it matters because it commits a fallacy. You're going to get a TTF, right? You're going to get the possibility of TTF, right? It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be TTF, but you're going to get the possibility of TTF, which you want to avoid. A syllogism where the conclusion is distributed, but the premise of the first, wait a minute. A1, what did you do to me? But the premise that the subject, the subject of the conclusion is distributed, but the premise is coming. All right, the premise.
What I do?
So what I'm trying to say here, I'm not going to read this. I'll just explain it. All right. The syllogism where the subject of the conclusion is distributed, but is not distributed in the minor premise, right? So the subject of the conclusion has to come from the minor premise, right? So the subject is distributed in the premise, but it's not distributed in the conclusion. That's what it's supposed to say. That's, I don't know what happened there. Maybe I was tired because I took time to do this, right? A syllogism where the predicate of the conclusion is distributed, but the premise where the predicate first appears is not distributed is called commits the fallacy of the illicit major. So again, this is kind of, I'm just getting you exposed to it. All the stuff that we did in the diagram that I showed you, these are the fallacies if you break the rules, right? So I don't think I have to explain all of them because I can give you examples here, but I can go into examples if you want in the after show, after this, right? So how do you use this information? We're going to get to the mathematical logic soon because this is about to close. You could look at your neighbor and say, he's about to close this part, You want to brainstorm about an argument. Like I said, you're going to use these shortcuts. And this would be the argument that you doodle down on your side little piece of paper. Now, you could write this out and you could write it out high. If I had more premises, it would look like a wall of text, but it's easier to write this, right? I'm just showing you that this is faster than that. Right? This would take me 3 seconds. That might take me 5 seconds, 7 seconds. But if I had more premises, it would take longer. And it takes maybe 3 seconds to write these things down. right? So I wanted to show you that it could be useful if you're brainstorming, you have some free time, you have a little piece of paper, you don't have a full notebook paper. You can jot things down and then doodle things down and then go from there. That's how you can possibly use it. I'm not telling you have to use it that way, but it's an option, right? You can use your imagination, I think, to utilize some of these things. I'm going to tell you every scenario, right? Notice there is an order here. There was an alignment, the way I wrote the syllogism in shorthand. The alignment helps locate the middle term, and we can check distribution from there. The shorthand saves time, but we can convert the shorthand into full sentences or paragraphs if we need it. In standard categorical form, we can easily run down the list of rules we covered to check for fallacies. Those are the things we just skipped over, but I wanted you to get exposed to the names. I showed you that what it would look like formally, but the names are attached to what it looks like formally. We want to avoid the fallacies and have sound arguments as much as we can. So this is for all those people who say, deductive arguments make no sense because all it deals with is validity. You might hear that in conversation. We don't need deductive logic because all it deals with is validity. No, because validity is not enough, right? We want sound arguments. We want them to apply to reality. We don't want some nonsense, right? So yeah, if it was just about validity, it would be a waste of time. We want sound arguments. Sound arguments are the responsibility of the person forming the argument. That's you, the debater. So if you come up here with some nonsense, you're going to get challenged, right? That's not my fault. That's on you. The premise here are required to be true, and the argument has to be valid if you're doing deductive arguments. Now, if you're doing inductive arguments, that part is out of the window, and then you're going to be dealing with probability again, right? So we call valid arguments do not have to have all true premises. This means no pulling you have a faulty premise and rejecting the entire argument because of that. The conclusion may still be true. Let's look at a historical way to show validity just so you are familiar. This is interesting. What is this, right? So if you were paying attention, you will notice the red letters look like vowels. It looks like the things that we were talking about. The mood, right? The figure. This happens to be a mnemonic, right? The letters mean something. The red letters obviously mean something. We went over mood, right? A. This is a slick way of hiding it, right? So we talked about validity, right? How do you know an argument is valid? I give you an argument. How do you know it's valid? Well, back in the day, they would look at this. This is a chart, basically. It's a mnemonic. It's a hidden or encrypted message. You would just look at the chart and look for the mood, right? EAE, this is the second figure. This is the first figure, the second figure, the third figure. Isn't this ingenious? Kind of like, how did they think of this? I'm not saying we're doing this today, just so we're clear, but this is what they did, right? If your argument is not on the list, I told you earlier that there was 256 possibilities. What's the argument? I would look at the mood, the figure, and nah, bro, it's not on the list. That's crazy, right? How would they think of this? Do you guys get that? So it's not just the red letters, by the way, right? The B, the C, the D means something, right? I don't know if you understand that if I take away the vowels, what letters would come next? The B would come next, the C would come next, the D would come next, the F would come next, wouldn't it? Right? Like it makes practical sense. I won't say logical sense because that's how some of you use it. It makes practical sense. Right? Now you will notice that the B repeats sometimes. Like there's a B over here, there's a B over here, there's an F over here, there's an F over here. That means something. That means that these things are the ideal perfect forms, right? So if I have a B here and I have a B there and I have a B over here and a B somewhere else, I can transform these arguments into the perfect forms. So if this is the first figure, this would be the second figure, right? So because this says it's a B, I can transfer, this is a second figure, but I can transform it using inference rules into that. Isn't that amazing? That's crazy. Like, who would think of this? That if it's a C here, this is the first figure, this is the second figure. I can transfer this into that using inference rules. I could transfer this is a third figure. I could transfer this into that, the first figure. I'm going to show you some examples here, but the fact that somebody could pull this off is simply amazing. It should be impressive to you. Like, how did they come up with this? So again, this is an illustration of kind of a summary of all of what we did, all that kind of boring stuff. And notice that these are the things I just showed you. This is the shorthand of all of the valid forms. Now, we're not going to cover all of this. I'm just showing it so your eyes can get, there is a way to do it. Now, the order of the premises are different, right? This is actually Aristotle's original order. In some of these, it's the original order. So this is really not premise one. I think this is premise one. That's premise two in some cases. Let's see. No, actually it isn't. Right? But we're not covering this. I just want you to see that there's a way to do it. Right? So again, how do you know with the syllogism? The mnemonic was a way to test validity of the syllogism back in the day. Pull out the mnemonic. If it's not on the mnemonic, it's invalid. There are also inference rules that go along with this. Another way besides using the mnemonic was using some inference rules used in the mnemonic. So remember the S, the P, the M. Now we're going to introduce a C here. But remember the subject predicate type of thing? There's a common theme here, right? How would you forget that if you know what subject predicate and middle term is, right? So it's the way they formulate this thing is very consistent, right? So we introduce a new term here, which is going to be the conclusion. To cover this a little bit, right? So simple conversion is where you can swap the subject and predicate in the proposition and maintain the truth value. P stands for, this is actually the abbreviation of per accidents. Now this may sound like per accident, and that's not by coincidence, because that's what it pretty much means, that you got lucky, right? You ended up with the right answer. And you substituted the subject and the predicate, and it turned out to be true, right? So this doesn't always work. I'll tell you that straightforward, because that's why it's there. That's why it's listed as that. Is, you got lucky, right? This is it just means you're changing the order of the premises in the original syllogism. Instead of listing the major premise first, you move the order. You put the minor premise first, stuff like that. You use these inference rules to prove a conclusion. So I'll give you an example. I'm not going to go over everything because I still have a lot to do. I don't know if I have any. I think I have an example later on with the math. I'll show you that just when I get to the formal proofs. We saw that a mnemonic. Now that was passed off as a poem. To be honest with you, like historically, what are you doing with this in your pocket? What is this? If somebody were to read it, they wouldn't be able to decipher it, basically, okay? Now, it's a poem, man. I'm a poet. I don't do logic. No, I'm a poet. There are diagrams to test for validity. I'm not going to cover Euler diagrams. So the pronunciation is Euler, not Euler. Euler diagrams or Venn diagrams, I'll leave that up to you, or I'll need a part two. There are circles, circle diagrams that you can use to test for validity. So that's the second method. So the mnemonic was one. This is number two. There was a long list of rules of syllogism. Like, you remember this, the undistributed middle, illicit major, illicit minor. Remember those boring things? That's number three, right? There's ways to test valid arguments, right? It's not just one way. There's a reduction by contradiction method for syllogisms. That is very complicated. I think I have an example of that. There's also another method, anti-syllogistic. We didn't cover it. I don't have time to cover it because I'm already, the time is ticking. I think I'm over an hour already. I think. I'm not sure. Using formal proofs. That's another thing we're going to get into when we get into the mathematical proofs. To show you the usefulness of it and how you can evaluate arguments. So this is so here is an example. The shorthand, what it really means. This takes no time to evaluate because the rules that we talked about, there's several ways to prove this is valid and so on, right? I'm not going to read all this, so I'll leave it up to you to read this. I'll leave it up for a few seconds. I'm trying to move through this so that we can come to some open panel. Is there another test, right? The list of rules, break one of the rules, the syllogism invalid. Also, I wanted to note some things not in the list of rules that I will show. I think I mentioned this, that there's a limit to the copula is or are. We want to break away from how people speak or write normally. This eliminates emotional content and could cloud good judgment. All right, so I'll cover relationships found in the square of opposition. So I'm going to go back to that square in a second, because you'll hear these terms, right? You hear these terms, and I'll leave it up to you to see if these people are using the terms the way they're supposed to be, right? Given that it could be a different context or not, okay, but are they being logical when they use it, right? So a contrary relationship is this is at the top of the square. I'm going to show you a diagram in a second. So I just want the square had these terms on it, and I'm not going to read it. I'm going to show you the diagram. Well, this is the diagram, but I'm going to cover the words now, what they mean, so that you'll have an idea and you can add that to your knowledge base, right? So when something is contrary, this expresses the relationship between two universal propositions, but the quantifiers differ. One is affirmative while the other is negative. Both propositions cannot be true simultaneously. They can, however, both be false, right? I'm going to show you the diagram after I read this, because this is important, because it deals with inference rules, right? You're going to derive new things, and using the proof method, you can prove things true, you can prove things false, and stuff like that. So that's why this is important. Subcontraries expresses the relationship between two particular propositions having the same quantifier, and they could both be true simultaneously, but both cannot be false simultaneously. Subalterns expresses the relationship between the universal proposition and a particular propositions. We can determine the truth value of a given proposition. So you're given a proposition, and then you're asked to derive another proposition, okay? So you derive a particular from a universal. So I'm not reading here, I'm just summarizing here, right? So you start with a universal, and then you end up with a particular, right? There's a way to do that. Now, does this always work? That's another story, all right? It does not work when the set is empty, right? So there has to be at least one thing in existence for this to be, without a problem. Now, contradictory, I hate when people use the term incorrectly because they think it means incompatible or inconsistent. Well, contraries are inconsistent. I mean, why not call it that, right? So this is why, like, I cringe when people say everything is contradictory because it's inconsistent or it's incompatible. Like, that's not what contradictory means. Logically, it means, right? So logically, you're cutting off one of the possibilities, right? The definition that we grew up with, that it's incompatibility or it's inconsistent. Both statements can't be true, but you missed this part. There's an and here. It's not a period at the truth part. Both can't be true. That's a contradiction. No, there's no period there. There's an and here, right? I want you to understand there's an and here. Both propositions cannot be false simultaneously, right? So just because both of them can't be false, I can have this or I can have that, right? Well, here both can be false, but here both can't be false and both can't be. That's not the same as this, right? So I have to make a note here. There is a different context I want you to consider in math where contradiction refers to a truth table value only, and that value is false. And I don't cover truth tables here, but I'll answer questions and I can show it to you at a later time. But a truth table is basically a diagram where you have the propositions and you're just going to list it if it's true or false, right? All the possible combinations you can get, right? So in this particular case, it's only false. It's only one column and it's all the way down from line number 1 to infinity. There is no true and false at the same time in the same column, right? So just imagine a column like a spreadsheet and it's just all F down the line of a column, of a single column, all right? Secondly, there's a reference to a formal proof where there appears a line in the proof where there's an affirmative proposition and a negation of the same proposition on the exact same line. Now, it doesn't really have to be on the same line. It could be on another line. But then again, I'm just introducing you to other possible contexts. So just keep that in mind. And you would have to kind of figure it out unless you ask specifically. So here is the diagram of everything I just explained. So if you give me an A, I automatically know that the E is false. Now notice the directions of the arrow. This is one way. Like I'll explain here, right? So if I start with true, I know this is false. That if I start with false here, I know I don't know the value of this, right? So if I know an E statement is false, it could be true, it could be false. The U stands for undetermined, right? But if I start with true here, I get a false. But if I start with false, I get an unknown. If I start with a false with an A, I get an unknown, right? So these are immediate inferences, right? So you can prove things without having experience, right? You give me this kind of statement, I automatically know the value of another statement, right? So the arrows in one direction means it's not the other way. That if I start true here, I'm going to get true here. Notice that. That if I start true here, I get an unknown here, right? So a lot of these things are very particular, very specific, very concrete. You don't have to memorize this again. I'm just showing you so that you have a general idea. You're exposed to it. That if you see these terms, you see these things, you'll remember that you encountered them before. I don't want you to be a deer in headlights. So just keep that in mind, that you can derive new things. This is why deductive logic you can derive new things with the mind only, and you don't need the senses. So let me go into other kinds of syllogism. You may have encountered syllogism. You may encounter syllogism that at first glance breaks the rules, or that they look a little bit off. We stated that there should be only two premises before there are variations to consider. So here we're expanding on some of the things. So you need a little bit of an imagination here. A polysyllogism is a chain of syllogisms such that the conclusion of every, not is a spelling mistake here. It's supposed to be every, the conclusion of every first syllogism is used as a premise of the next syllogism, right? I'm going to, do I have a demonstration? I don't think I'm going into the demonstration. Yeah, that's too much to demonstrate. So because of time, I can't demonstrate this. but I'll explain it. I just want you to be exposed to it, that these exist. So it sounds like it would look like a large syllogism with more than three premises, which is the point, right? That's why it's called poly, right? And what it is you're just putting a syllogism on top of another one from top to bottom. The conclusion, you're hiding the conclusion of one of the syllogisms because you have multiple, so it's implicit because you have inference rules.
You
So
know it's 7:40, right?
yeah, I'm gonna finish soon.
Okay, I didn't. I thought you said you had something going on. I didn't want you to miss it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna finish soon. I'm finna close in a few slides, but it's gonna be a while. All right, so I want you to understand this, right? Sororities, you might hear that term. Again, I'm not gonna demonstrate it, but it's a form of polysyllogisms where the subconclusion drawn from the conclusion of the prior syllogism and the premise of the syllogism below are not explicitly stated. So it's just a smaller form where you could have 50 premises in a row and then you'll have one conclusion. Here you just have maybe 5 premises in a row and no sub conclusions, right? Because they are inference rules that they expect you to use that we covered, right? Like the contraposition, obversion. Actually, we didn't cover them, did we? No, they'll come in the proof method. An enthymeme. An enthymeme is a syllogism that has an unstated premise, which is not the same thing as a sororities. There are 3 orders of these. The first order, and they're very specific, missing the major premise, but the second premise, there is a second premise in the conclusion. The second order is missing the minor premise. Again, there's a typo there, but the first premise is present in the conclusion. The third is missing the conclusion of the syllogism. So, but you have the 2 premises there, right? So again, they're forcing you to think, but what we want in reality is that everything is laid out for us. So that's why we went through the earlier stuff, right? These guys are saying you should be advanced and you should be able to figure it out, right? Derive it because you know logic, right? But I'm only exposing you to this because you might encounter it, right? If you go to other platforms. So that's what I want to just to expose you to these things so that you have some awareness. Epicurema, that's the pronunciation of that. Epicurema. That sounds like an animal, doesn't it? It's a polysyllogism where there's a causal proposition or justification immediately after the premise. Now, I do give examples of this, but this is extremely complicated. Extremely complicated because I'm not going to be able to break everything down, but there is such a thing. First order, second order, third order, right? And here's the basic format of the argument. And notice that this is all one premise, right? This thing in brackets is just one premise. This is not like the standard categorical syllogisms that we did before. This is in addition to it. Now, this is premise 2. This is the conclusion. But what's all this? This is actually a syllogism by itself because remember, we have repeating terms, right? And we can figure out what's the middle term here. The middle term is not found in the conclusion, so it must be the y, right? Do you guys see that? Are you guys following me? Because this is the conclusion. There's no y here, right? And there's no y here, so it can't be that, right? So this is used as a premise, or this is the conclusion of the syllogism right here. There's a hidden premise, right? So I'm not going to cover all of them, but I want you to see this is the second order. So the major premise is usual, the minor premise, the extra stuff. And then third order, both premises. So this is a syllogism by itself. This is a syllogism by itself. And then they give you the conclusion after all of that. So you got to work on this. You got to solve this. Then you got to solve that. And then you have to evaluate this. So there's work to do here. But again, we have inference rules for that. So now we're going to get to the good stuff. Proofs. the inference rules, right? So two kinds of inference rules. I'm not going to read everything. I'm kind of speeding through this. Two kinds of inference rules: immediate and mediate. The square of opposition was an example of immediate. We don't need extra details. We don't need extra information. We can just go straight direct. Here, immediate, we might need more information, right? So I'm not going to read everything because I think I just summarized it. You can't just use one proposition to make a derivation. So that's one of the differences, right? We went straight to the derivation, like if this is true, that's false in the square, right? That's what makes it immediate. But here you can't do it, right? So you need more than one statement, more than one proposition, if you will. So conversion is an inference rule. I think we covered this. Did we cover this? No, we didn't. Well, you can swap places. I thought we did. I think I mentioned them, but I didn't give examples. This inference does not work in every kind of proposition the same way. E and I proposition, no issues. No dogs are birds is converted to no birds are dogs very easily without losing truth value. So if this is true, this has to be true too, right? So we want to go from true to true. Remember we said that before? The whole point of deductive reasoning is the methodology of starting with true input and getting true output. So nothing is lost here, right? Some to apples is converted to some apples are fruits. There's nothing lost in truth value here. It does not hold for A and O propositions, right? If I say all BMWs are cars, if I converted that, it would produce a false proposition, right? So the left and right stuff is coming into play here because the inference rules, it matters to the inference rules. I can apply it here, but I can't do it here, right? So let's try the O proposition. This is a little tricky, right? But I'll explain. Some human beings are not women. If converted, I'll let you do that. But if this is true, does that mean that's true? I would hope you say no, right? Something's wrong here, right? So I'm going to speed things up here. If we were to use that rule on the wrong proposition, we will get TTF, which is what we've been trying to avoid. So you have to be careful on what's on the left-hand side, what's on the right-hand side when you're using the inference rules. So there's something called conversion, which what I called well, actually, it was called simple conversion and per accidents. They have a way of using the not as a part of the predicate, right? So they would use something like some integers are not even numbers, and then some things that are not even numbers are integers. Notice that this is not the same sentence, but I added things here, right? Because you have to have a noun clause. So the R is the copula, and I have to have a noun clause. So some things, which is a noun, right, that are not even numbers. So the not has moved from the left-hand side to the right-hand side. Do you notice that? Some things that are not. And then there's another verb here. So we have a case where we have a proposition with more than one verb, right? So which one is the main one? It's actually this one. This is an O proposition, right? Some S are not P, right? And this would be the copula. This would be the predicate, right? So notice that he went from the left-hand side to the right-hand side. And it turns out that it might be true. It could be true, right? So I'm not going to read everything. So what I did here was add a parameter because it was a noun. So sometimes you have to fill in something because they don't fill it in for you. So to make it make sense, you have to do some extra work, right? So you're not allowed to use adjectival phrase, adjectives and adverbs, basically. I'm not going to read everything because of time. So if there's any questions, I will have to deal with it in the after part. So I'm going to move on.
Yeah, we got 10 more minutes. I didn't know we were going to be this late. I have a face off coming up here shortly.
Yeah. Okay.
So
So I'm going to skip some things then quickly.
we
I
can
just
do a
want to
part.
make.
We're definitely going to need a part two of this, though. So
Okay. So you want me to stop here, or
it's
should I keep going until?
wherever you wanted to land your plane.
Okay. So I'll speed up some things here. I'll just point out some major things. I want to make a
Yeah, my like
distinction. But
5 more minutes. 5 minute warning.
okay.
Gotcha.
Okay. If you just let me know, just drop a bomb or something. I just
Well,
want to make this
go ahead.
distinction. I want to make this distinction because equivalence and identity, people get that confused. I'm not going to read everything, I promise. I'm going to skip a lot of stuff now. So equivalence means that the statements are not going to be literally equal. Like there's different terms on both sides. Like you have two sentences or two statements, and the letters and the words are not literally identical. That they mean the same thing, sort of. They're like synonyms, but they're not identical, right? So this is an example of an equivalence. This is all right. So just so you know, right? There's many ways to get 4, right? 8 minus 4 is 4. 100 minus 96 is 4. But if I say 4 equals 4, that's an identical. That's an identity because I have something on the left hand side that's equal to the right hand side. So I'm going to move on. Obversion, I'm just going to skip over this. I just want you to see what inference rules are. Partial inversion, I'm going to skip over this because it's an inference rule, right? I don't have time to go over all of it. Contraposition, I'm not going to go over it, but you start with this and you can derive that, right? There's ways to do it. So this is important because when we get, I'm about the math. So let me get to it. A few more interests. I'm gonna have to skip this. So this.
Hey,
So
you
this
funny.
is
You said it was. You said it's gonna take about an hour when we started.
yeah.
Look at all. You ain't
I
even close to the end.
yeah. I didn't expect to do. I'm trying to speed things up here.
No, I don't want you to speed it up though. Just do a part two. Take your time with the information. Like we shouldn't rush through this stuff. It's already above a lot of people's heads. Um,
All right. So let me just get to the math part then, because this is what a syllogistic proof would look like. All that stuff. What is a proof in math? I'm just gonna. So I talked about mathematical logic. When you're using these symbols, you're using mathematical logic. All right. I'm gonna skip to that. So this is the format. So it's gonna have a strict thing, right? These things are gonna be labeled. And just for those people who thinks, logic starts with axioms, that's nonsense. You don't see axiom over here, right? So I'm proving to you that there's, all logical arguments don't have axioms. Some of them do, right? You don't see axiom anywhere here, right? So this line means assumption, right? Premise. See, it's going to be labeled. You're supposed to label them, right? They're supposed to label everything. That this again means assumption. So that's, you already know what that is. If there were an axiom here, it would be labeled here, and you do not see an axiom here. But you're basing it on axioms. No, you're basing it off of inference rules, not axioms. You can use axioms as inference rules, kind of. So just to clear that up, that's nonsense if they tell you that you're basing it on or starts with axioms. That's nonsense. It is not always true. It is sometimes true. Quantifiers matter. So here's what an argument that has no assumptions, no axioms, it would be listed here. You don't see axiom here. All right. So these are what inference rules, the mathematical inference rules. So I'm just going to give you what they look like, right? It's complicated. So this is not subjective, right? And finally, I wanted to just show you the proofs, what correct formal proofs look like. Notice how the proofs should be neat, the spacing in the terms, the spacing out of the proof itself, the alignment matters, the premises were numbered. They're all labeled basically. And here is a bottom-up reasoning when I said that deductive logic doesn't have to be top-down. Like this is an inference rule as well. These are inference rules, right? So if I have this, I can derive that, even if you don't show it to me, right? And here we go. I exposed this yesterday. If you wanted to prove God, is there a way to prove God formally? The answer is yes. Somebody has done it. Now, I didn't present this because I wanted to say this is an argument for God for real, like I'm going to debate it. No, I'm just showing you what a formal proof of it would look like, because we're discussing formal proofs, not that I'm going to talk about God, right? So I don't need people like, well, you believe in God? No. That's not the point of this. Notice the axioms are listed here, okay? It says AX, that stands for axioms. And then the inference rules that we looked at are not even being used. This is by definition. There's a theorem. He's not explaining the theorem, right? But I will leave this to you, right? So in closing, I wanted you to see what the rules are, that there are actually rules. We're not just freestyling out here. When I say something is not logical, there are rules, the reasoning is wrong. You read too much. The rules of reasoning are being violated. Just because you could read doesn't mean you're adhering to the rules. All right. So if you want sources, these are them. You can take a screenshot. These are some sources. Of course, I could have used more. And that will be it. A1. How's the time?
You did amazing on time. Amazing. Any questions from the audience? Get on up here. You got a couple minutes to ask your few questions. And while we do that, I'll go ahead and go to a word from our sponsors.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
My heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. Yeah. My heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. I look in the mirror now.
Amazing news! At Titans Debate League is now looking for interns. We are expanding our team and seeking driven individuals who are ready to make an impact. We're on the hunt for talented people to join our marketing team, and charismatic new hosts, and creative minds who can produce amazing content. If you have a positive attitude and are used to winning, because that's what we do here, then we want to hear from you. Join us and contribute to a culture of excellence and success here at Titans Debate League. Email us today, titansdebateleague@gmail.com. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Where Infinity Gauntlet is a mere.
Back to you, Roychess. Closing remarks.
Yeah, I'll take some questions if they have them. Like I said, I wanted to just expose people.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was saying I dropped.
I just wanted to.
Wants to come up. I dropped the link.
Again, there's so much stuff to cover. I didn't expect it to go this long. A little bit, I did think that I would be able to cover it in an hour, and it's way off, man. I'm like, oh my gosh. I was trying to push through it, but I wanted to highlight certain things because I think that people are missing certain details and they go off because they read something and they don't have the missing details. So I'm trying to be particular to give those details so that they don't go off the wrong way. They don't go off the rails because they read something and they came to their own conclusion, and because they didn't have the right information. So I'm trying to fill in the gaps. That's why I wanted to do this. And I wanted to expose other debaters to techniques, and maybe they can apply those techniques in their presentations or whatever. I can't force them. I'm going to only teach you how to do it. It's up to you if you want to do it. If you don't want it, then you don't have to do it. Do what you've been doing. But I think there's something that's people liked that they didn't know. But I want them to be exposed to it so that if they hear it again, it will ring a bell. So are there any questions? I haven't been looking at the chat, so I'm guessing there were questions in the chat, but I don't know how much time we have to answer questions. When is the show you're gonna do? A1, you're muted. I can't hear you if you're talking.
Oh, I have a face-off for round 2 of Clash of the Titans 1.0.
These are not just speakers. These are thinkers, forged in fire. Warriors of words stepping into destiny. Welcome to the Coliseum of arguments, where logic clashes with conviction and ideas spill like blood in the sand. 16 titans, 16 minds, one path to immortality. They come seeking truth, they fight for redemption, they burn for revenge. Featuring the intellectual elite of the Titans Debate League. Every round a new war, every word a new weapon. Every titan ready to fall or rise in glory. This is not debate, this is combat. Step into the Coliseum of arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained?
And this Saturday, we have Honey Clark and Benny.
This Saturday, the Coliseum opens. 2 intellectual warriors, 1 explosive question, no place to hide. Honey Clark and Ben Eaton, they're stepping into the arena to battle over a question that hits the heart of America. Do government welfare programs help the black community long term? Is it a lifeline or a leash? Does it build generational wealth or breed generational dependence? Honey Clark is coming armed with data, history, and fire in her voice, ready to argue that these programs are essential tools for equity and survival. Ben Eaton steps in with statistics, economic theory, and a counterpunch philosophy, arguing that long-term empowering demands a different strategy. This isn't surface level politics. This is policy. This is history. This is legacy. Coliseum of arguments. Titans Debate League.
And this week we also have Elder Yara stepping into the Coliseum.
They enter the Coliseum, they've got to survive Argument Alley. This is where the new voices step into the hot seat, and we find out real quick who's built for the spotlight and who folds under pressure. In Argument Alley, there's no easy questions. We pressure test their beliefs, we challenge their ideology, we push their faith, and we put their knowledge on the line. Can they think on their feet? Can they defend their stance when the heat gets turned all the way up? Because not everybody earns a place in Coliseum of Arguments. You don't just walk your way in, you've got to fight your way in. Where contenders are tested and only the strong make it to the main stage. Presented by Coliseum of Arguments. Step up or step aside. Titans Debate League, presented by Coliseum of Arguments, where ideas don't just clash, they collide. In one corner, sharp as a blade and twice as deadly on the mic, the verbal assassin, Leandre Slim Reaper McBride, a master of logic, a hunter of weak arguments, and he's coming to carve this case wide open. And in the opposing corner, crowned in confidence, swinging with conviction, the fearless fire starter himself, King Naga. He doesn't back down, he doesn't fold, and he's ready to defend his stance at all costs. The question shaking the arena, was the killing of Alex Brady justified? Morality versus law, emotion versus evidence, justice or just revenge? No scripts, no safety nets, just unfiltered debate warfare. This isn't a conversation, it's a showdown. Coliseum of Arguments, where only the strongest arguments survive. Are you not entertained?
That is this Sunday, 4 p.m. Beat me there, don't meet me there. And we have Ill Doctrine to the stage. Ill Doctrine, you have, it sounds like it's raining where you're at. Okay, he muted. One more debate we have coming up on March 1st. We have Gideon Yisrael versus Big Cosma, not the little one. I don't even know if there's a little one, but it sounded good. Make sure you tune in for this one. This is one you're not going to want to miss. I threw my voice out today, all the streaming, but I'm going to have a voiceover for this one done as soon as I get these vocal cords back together. Closing remark. Ill Doctrine, your sound back good or no? Okay, closing remarks, Roychess.
I thank everyone. If you have any questions, any comments, we can do another session. I would just do open panel or something instead of presenting everything, because I'm not going to remember where I left off per se. I hope someone will take things that were presented here and use them. Right? You can use your imagination. I'm not telling you how to use it, but I think that there's some things that were presented that you could utilize in your own lives or debates or whatever you want. But I wanted to expose you to those ideas because you probably never seen them or heard them before. And, that's it, basically.
Hey. Drop that bomb on them. All right. Well, hopefully we see you tapping back in with us maybe next week with part 2 in the open panel. I'm going to end with the song by Connie Sun, Same Heart. Go ahead and check him out on Spotify and all platforms. Head over to his Facebook. Tell him A1 sent you. And remember my motto, treat your smile like your money and never let them steal it. This is Connie Sun, Same Heart. And you guys have a beautiful night. See you in a couple minutes with this face-off that I probably won't be hosting because my voice is gone. Somebody else is going to have to hold it down for me. Where's the song? Okay, my computer just froze for a second.
Trying to douse my flame. Yes, they can try, yes, they can, it'll douse my flame. 10 toes where I stand, I'm the motherfucking man, wanna put out my flame. They try to douse my flame, no stopping us now, my spirit is tightened. They wanna douse my flame and claim my intellectual likeness. You can catch me in the gauntlet, with a roster full of monsters. Keep the heat in the topics. They try to douse my flame. Ain't no stopping us now, but my spirit is tightened. They wanna douse my flame and claim my intellectual likeness. And claim my intellectual likeness. You can catch me in the gauntlet, with a roster full of monsters. Yes, they can try, yes, they can. They try to douse my flame. Ain't no stopping us now, but my spirit is tightened. They wanna douse my flame and claim my intellectual likeness. And claim my intellectual likeness. You can catch me in the gauntlet, with a roster full of monsters. Keep the heat in the topics. They wanna douse my flame. If I pull it out, it's a profit. These scriptures keep flowing while teaching disciples. You can catch me in the gauntlets, with a roster full of monsters. If I pull it out, it's a profit. This the sound of insurrection. Keep around in the weapon, blowing loud, it's a session. Lighters up, shake met the goddess. Pour out effervescence, be the runner-up, the next contestant. Not hearing you haters, ain't no blocking my blessings. They try to douse my flame. Ain't no stopping us now, but my spirit is tightened. They wanna douse my flame and claim my intellectual likeness. And claim my intellectual likeness. You can catch me in the gauntlets, with a roster full of monsters. Keep the heat in the topics. Yes, they can try, yes, they can. It'll douse my flame. 10 toes where I stand, I'm the motherfucking man, wanna put out my flame. They don't know nice is eternal. Knock a nice light infernos. They're trying to douse my flame. Yes, they can try, yes, they can, it'll douse my flame. 10 toes where I stand, I'm the motherfucking man, wanna put out my flame. They try to douse my flame, no stopping us now, my spirit is tightened. They wanna douse my flame and claim my intellectual likeness. You can catch me in the gauntlets, with a roster full of monsters. Keep the heat in the topics. They try to douse my flame. Ain't no stopping us now, but my spirit is tightened. They wanna douse my flame and claim my intellectual likeness. And claim my intellectual likeness. You can catch me in the gauntlet, with a roster full of monsters. Yes, they can try, yes, they can. They try to douse my flame. Ain't no stopping us now, but my spirit is tightened. They wanna douse my flame and claim my intellectual likeness. And claim my intellectual likeness. You can catch me in the gauntlet, with a roster full of monsters. Keep the heat in the topics. They wanna douse my flame. If I pull it out, it's a profit. These strips.
Yeah. Yeah. Never ignorant, getting goals accomplished. Spit Tupac in, theosophic politics. Ancestors, we honor them. Niggas uniting all of them. Yeah. Never ignorant, getting goals accomplished. Spit Tupac in, theosophic politics. Ancestors, we honor them. Niggas uniting all of them. Follow us through the hypogeum to the Coliseum. I'm talking Machiavellian tactics mixed with Panther pride. The ghost of a fiend walking right by my side. It's the Theosophia, the concrete spiritual warfare. Plotting on the liberation while the system just stare. Pac saw the maze, saw the traps in the code. Told us thug life was the acronym to help us explode. Out the poverty cycle, out the mental cage. Redefining the criminal onto revolutionary stage. He wasn't just rapping, he was building the front. Uniting the Crips and the Bloods on the hunt. For a peace treaty signed in the blood of the block. Turning the hood to a nation steady ticking the clock.
Lanes. Grinding work at 9 to 5. invite your ass. Now you barely got tissue to wipe your ass. It ain't no love from the government. Every president been on some sucker shit. Young niggas bustin' shit. No, I'm not loving it. This is the option they stuck me with. Grind hard till I'm filthy, 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 filthy rich. You feel me? Grind hard till I'm filthy, 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 filthy rich. You feel me? Grind hard till I'm filthy, 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 filthy rich. You feel me? Grind hard till I'm filthy, 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 filthy rich. You feel me? Hey, it ain't no love for your brother. It ain't no love for your sister. It ain't no love for no junkie. It ain't no love for the pusher. It ain't no love for the honest. It ain't no love for the real. It ain't no love for the loyal. Looking for love, get you killed. Filthy is what you gotta get. You gotta get dirty if you're trying to get rich. It's back to the mud, cause you gotta show love to all of the ones who will never see this. To all of the kids with no Christmas list. No TV, no bed, and no food on they dish. No father around, now they malnourished. That hindering aid coming from the government. You gotta get filthy. Fuck a job, open up a business. Haters gon' watch when you kill shit. Every murder case got a witness. Whole block going through the blues. Coming from the bottom, do you feel it? Cause being broke leave a hole in your soul. Put your fists in the air, black folk, if you feel me. I say I came from the bottom, no lights, no gas. You can get robbed, no pipe, no mask. Throw a tea party, don't invite your ass. Now you barely got tissue to wipe your ass. It ain't no love from the government. Every president been on some sucker shit. Young niggas bustin' shit, no, I'm not loving it. This is the option they stuck me with. Grind hard till I'm filthy, 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 filthy rich. You feel me? Grind hard till I'm filthy, 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 filthy rich. You feel me? Grind hard till I'm filthy, 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 filthy rich. You feel me? Grind hard till I'm filthy, 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 filthy rich. You feel me? It ain't no love for your brother. It ain't no love for your sister. It ain't no love for no junkie. It ain't no love for the pusher. It ain't no love for the honest. It ain't no love for the real. It ain't no love for the loyal. Looking for love, get you killed. Filthy is what you gotta get. Yeah. Yeah.